know who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
A happy hour Friday starts now. Not so happy for the Philly fans. Still kind of stings a little bit if you're watching some of the baseball last night. But we've got a lot for you today. Looking forward to a happy hour Friday. What do you have to get you through the weekend here? 609 403 0973. It's a happy hour Friday. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Giddings producing today's show. You out there. You know, the sting of the end of the baseball season, it's still persistent. I know that we're hopeful for a Game 5 today. It would have been 2 hours from now. And unfortunately, you take a look at this team, and you're still trying to pick up the pieces. We'll continue to try to do that as well. We've got a lot to do on a Friday edition. 609 403 0973. It's the Sports Fest 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City, and streaming live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the show. Use the hashtag SBLive to find us. You know, one of the things about the finality of the season is you're quick to start to think about what's next. And with this team, it's so hard to think about what's next because of all the contractual situations that they are tied up in. You know, Dave Dombrowski has put together a core group of guys with the hope that one of these years, everything would just kind of break through. They came up short in 2022, and that was kind of like, we're here. I put this group together, and we're here. Like the 2022 team, which got off to an awful start. Joe Girardi got fired. Rob Thompson becomes the manager. He takes them to the playoffs. They win a wild card round. They end up knocking off the Braves. Then they beat the Padres, and they go and fall short in the World Series. And at that point, you're thinking, this team is here. They're going to be here for a long time. With this core group of guys that have kind of come through together, and you saw a group of veteran players that didn't have to go through the growing pains of being a young player. You had your Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Real Muto, Wheeler, Nola. That group of guys was here for you in 2022. As 2023 got here, you anticipated that the team would be back. Now remember, they started that year without Bryce Harper, and it was like, okay, can this team kind of make it, hold themselves afloat until Bryce Harper comes back? And they did. They did enough to let Bryce Harper get back and be a part of a playoff roster and got them to the playoffs with 90 wins. They get a wild card win over the Marlins, and then they beat the Braves again. And then they got to the National League Championship Series, and they were the clear favorite in that series, and they lost. Well, at that point in the offseason, you're thinking, okay, we lost in 2022. Now we disappointingly lost in 2023. What do we do now? And Dave Dombrowski decided to run it back. And at the time, you're thinking, okay, we're going to run it back. Schwarber, Turner, they added Turner, the year before, because they came up short in 2022. They added Turner to the lineup, and it actually didn't work. And they add Turner to this core mix with Schwarber and Turner and Harper and Castellanos and Real Muto. And then, of course, you have the young guys affectionately known as the daycare with Bohm, Stott. Marsh is a part of that, I guess, as well, because he's only 27 years old. And then the team kind of gets off to this blistering hot start. It's something they hadn't done in 2022. It's something they hadn't done in 2023. They didn't get off to good starts in those two seasons. But this year they did. It made you think, man, they're on a mission. This team is not taking anything for granted. They're not trying to wait to the last week of the season. They are just trying to make this season special from start to finish. And now you're sitting here at the NLDS as it has expired on you, looking back and saying, what could we have done differently? Well, what can this team do differently? I think there's so much to more in that. We're going to do it with Bob Wankel at 3 o'clock today. Who stays, who goes, who realistically can go? We can kind of just quickly go around the diamond. Bryce Harper, can he go? Of course not. He's not going anywhere. What about Bryson Stott? Is Bryson Stott a guy that has value? Is Bryson Stott a guy that you could trade and get something that you're missing in return? Or is Bryson Stott part of what you need? Yesterday we talked to Scott Lauber. How can this team change? Can they find a bunch of guys that have a different mindset at the plate? Dave Gallagher was with us, former major leaguer, 9-year MLB veteran, was a hitting coach at the Double-A level. And his messaging really was, can they find guys who have a different approach and a different mentality at the plate? And then put them around, I think he said it yesterday. This team has a bunch of dangerous hitters. They don't have a lot of good hitters. They have a bunch of guys that scare you, but that you can figure out ways to get out because those guys will get themselves out. You tell pitchers all the time, listen, you don't have to get the guy out. They'll get themselves out. And that's what the Phillies hitters did. They got themselves out. And I think if you look at it, in this team, they have too many guys that get themselves out on a nightly basis. Too many guys that get themselves out on a nightly basis. And that's why this team is sitting there and wondering, how do we fix this thing? Well, we put together a roster full of people, of players that generally get themselves out. And we're tied to these guys. So, I don't know. You go to Harper, obviously you're not moving him. Stott. How many people out there think, yeah, I'd be willing to move Stott, and does he have value that you could trade him and get something back in return that changes your team? Turner, I just don't see anybody trading for that contract. That contract might be the worst contract in baseball. And you might say, wait, what are you talking about? That contract's pretty bad when you think about it. I mean, going back at the time, you're like, hey, they got this guy. He's going to change this lineup. If the guy produced, that contract's not bad. Look at Lindor, makes $340 million. I was pretty shocked to hear that yesterday. There's guys that make $300, $400. You're going to go up to $600 million probably to sign Soto, $700 million to sign Ohtani. This is just the price of doing business today. But how many people, show of hands, think Trey Turner is a $300 million player? I've been saying it for 2 years. He's not a $300 million player. He hasn't done anything to change my mind on that. Even at his best, he's not a $300 million player. Hey, Trey, I get it, buddy. You seem like a good player, a nice guy. You ain't a $300 million player, and I appreciate the fact that you earned that contract somehow. But, man, you fleeced these guys. Your agent deserves a big-time bonus for talking somebody in to paying $300 million for what you bring to the table, which simply is just not enough value. I don't know that Turner sells enough jerseys. He certainly is not a guy he doesn't go around town shaking hands, kissing babies. He's certainly not a guy that's like the most popular player on the team kind of guy. He's a quiet guy, not all that exciting. The ROI on Trey Turner, just not there for me. But I don't think any other team's looking around and saying, man, if we could figure out a way to get Trey Turner from the Phillies, that would be a perfect. You know why? Because the Phillies said if we could figure out a way to get Trey Turner, he'd be the perfect piece for us. And it's turning out that he's not the perfect piece for this team. In 2023, when they added Turner, what did this team lack? They lacked the guy that we thought was Trey Turner, a high average, high on base, kind of does everything. Not a 35 homer guy, but could probably hit 25 homers. Not a 50 stolen base guy, but could probably get you 35. He kind of did everything that you lacked. And that's why when they signed Turner, I was okay with taking a shot because he seemed like the right fit for this lineup. But at that point, I said, listen, I take a shot on Turner only because this is the price of doing business with the other options. Dansby Swanson, who's been a total failure. Who are the other shortstops on that market? Do you remember, Josh, the guys? There was like 4 of them that year. Swanson was one. There was 4 shortstops that were available that year.
I have to verify, but I thought Seager was one of them too. Or was he the year before?
trying to remember, and I know there was one. Dansby Swanson was in Atlanta, and he ended up going to Chicago, and he's been dreadful there. There was one. There was 4 of them. There was 4 shortstops that year. This is what you're supposed to be good at. You don't remember these? Come on, man. Are you slipping over there?
Probably. Xander Bogaerts.
Xander Bogaerts was the other one. And there was
Carlos
one more.
Correa.
Carlos Correa.
So
yes.
Seager was the year before.
Yeah. Seager didn't ring a bell. Bogart, as soon as you said that rang a bell. And a lot of people thought he would be the guy because of his Boston ties. Dombrowski was there.
And then Correa
stayed in Minnesota. He had he had signed with the Mets, if you remember that whole fiasco, and then the medical issue. But
remember, he went from the Mets to the Giants. And the Giants failed him too, and then he went back to Minnesota.
To be fair, none of those guys have really been what they were before their contracts.
No, not at all. I mean, you could argue that the best of them was Correa, and Correa's been okay.
None of them have been as good as they were before their contracts. Put it that way. They all got paid, and none of them have been. And you can make the argument that Turner's been the best of the 4.
I mean, yeah, he's had 3 straight years of 20 home runs. So, but I mean, is that good enough?
No, I'm just saying. They all got paid. None of them have been as good as they were before the contracts. And I don't know what to make of that. Does that mean these contracts, they got paid and they kind of tailed off and then they just couldn't handle it? Or really, they just weren't $300 million players. None of them were. And, the Phillies have Turner here, I think, and I don't know this, but my opinion is if you ask the Phillies if they could get out of the Turner deal, I think they would take a chance and do that. I don't think they look at Trey Turner and say, this guy has changed our lineup. I think they thought he was going to change their lineup, and I don't think he has. We'll talk to Bob Wankel about it coming up at 3. We'll ask McGarry in just about 15 minutes from now. I'd like to see if those guys think that Trey Turner has changed their lineup. Has he given them what they thought? So, if somebody called the Phillies and said, hey, would you listen on Trey Turner? I think they would say yes. Do I think they're going to do that? Absolutely not.
Yeah, Correa hit over 300 this year. So, at least in that sense, he has at least semi-lived up.
He was my favorite of the 4, but he had the injury problems.
Right. He hasn't played a full season since 2021.
Yeah, he was awesome. When he was rocking and rolling in Houston, he was really good. He was, now you said he hit over 300 this year, but one of the problems with him was back in Houston, he was a 22, 25, 26 home run guy. His power numbers down.
Drop off.
The injuries have really gobbled him up. He got hurt again this year. He missed a lot of time.
The last year he hit he hit 26 homers his last year in Houston.
Yep.
The last 2 years, he's hit 18 and 14.
Yeah, he had 14 this year in 86 games, but he missed so much time because of injury. He was having a really good year, 310, 388 on base,
I know,
14 home runs.
Team.
Yep, he was having a year. But all these guys, none of them have really worked out the way that the teams had hoped. So let's go continue. Bohm. I think if the Phillies can get out of Bohm, they would. Now, they can get out of Bohm. He's another guy. If somebody called he's an arbitration guy. Does he have one more pre-arbitration, or is he up for arbitration this year? Anyway, you slice it. He is not a free agent. The Phillies can retain him, so he's not free to sign elsewhere. But if somebody called the Phillies and asked for Alec Bohm, I think the Phillies would listen. I do think the Phillies realize that Bohm he was one of their guys. He was a 3rd overall pick. People don't remember that. He was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. But he has just not taken that next step. He has become he's a good hitter. He's not a great hitter. I think something was going on. I had to imagine that hand is a problem because his numbers up to that hand and then after the hand problem are so drastic.
Right.
He did address it the other day. He says, I don't want to make excuses. I think it was okay. But the numbers would say it wasn't okay because he wasn't close. Now, you can make, I know the Bohm detractors would say he didn't have a good playoff last year. He was the one guy who did have the home run in Game 7 against the Diamondbacks the year before. He hit the ball, the double that he got thrown out at second base. I think that ball that he hit down the right field line, that double, that got called foul. So you can snicker and sneer at Bohm all you want. I do think that Bohm is a better hitter than a lot of people want to give him credit for. But the facts are this. The power, it has not materialized to where I think the Phillies thought, and the problems that he's had, the immaturity. He has come a long way defensively, but I think if the Phillies could get rid of Bohm and change that spot in their lineup, they would. So in the infield, Harper's not going anywhere. Stott, I think they would listen. Trey Turner, I think they would move him in a minute if they got a call. I don't think they'll get a call. Bohm, I think they would be interested in moving.
Really quick, Bohm has 2 more arbitration years.
Yeah, so he's under team control. That means for the people out there
2026
are wondering, what does that mean? And he's under team control, which means they don't have to pay him a whole heck of a lot. The arbitration number is not going to knock their socks off.
Yeah, the estimate right now, according to Spot Track, is $8.1 million.
I was going to say about $8 million is probably what they're going to have to pay him. And Stott is in a similar spot arbitration years.
Yeah, they're almost lined up, like one after the other, basically. So
they're under team control and they're cheap, which means you got a guy making $300 million on one corner. You got a guy making $300 million at shortstop. That means the third baseman and the second baseman can't make all that much money. And you've been getting those guys, all-star player in Bohm, at a complete discount. So you got to take that under consideration. But I think if somebody called for Bohm and they like the deal, I think they would listen there. Go to the outfield.
Really quick, I think they should listen, Mike, because I'm starting to get tired of Bohm's attitude. For me, like I was with you for a while. I was a big Bohm guy. I believed in his potential. I liked the fact that he was an RBI guy. I appreciated the fact that he didn't hit a ton of homers, but he was getting, the hits when you needed him. And now it's like something is going on. Maybe it's more than just a hand. I don't know, but I just don't like his attitude. I think that for a guy who is on a team of veterans, the fact that his attitude has not gotten better and seemingly, at least optically, gotten worse, I think is a problem. I mean, he could have been thrown out of that game the other day.
Yeah, he had every right to be angry.
He did, but he could have handled it better. And
he could have. I'm just saying, he had every right to be angry. Yeah, no, his immaturity in these playoffs. It was really in the last month of the year. He wasn't this guy from April to August.
Right.
It seemed like maybe the frustration of this hand problem
spilling over.
He was like, hey, I was having a great season. I was on pace for 100 RBIs or more. And then this injury has kind of derailed. Maybe I have no idea. Look, I like Bohm as a hitter. I liked his approach. Everything seemed to change after that hand injury for whatever reason. And I did not like his answer the other night. If somebody called for Bohm, I think the Phillies would listen. In the outfield, I think you have to listen on Marsh. If anybody wants Marsh, I think the Phillies have to 100% consider getting rid of him. He can't play.
The shelf life of the daycare, I think, is starting to get expiration.
Well, the shelf life of the daycare, Stott, I think people would take back. Bohm, I think people would move on for him and not worry. Marsh, he strikes out. The number that Lauber brought up yesterday, 32% of his at-bats are strikeouts.
Yeah.
Look, he can't play. All right, Marsh can't play. He's a nice player, part-time against right-handers. You want to win a World Series, you got to do better. Brandon Marsh is a nice player. He's not an everyday player. He has certainly shown he's not a player on a World Series team right now. So they got to upgrade that left field spot. Either find an everyday player or find a guy as part of a platoon that is better than Marsh, where that when the days Marsh plays, you're actually worse. You can't have it that when Marsh plays, you're better. That's the problem. And the problem is, too, the left-handed bat in the platoon plays more than the right-handed bat in the platoon does.
Right.
So Marsh actually has to play more than the other guy. But like the other night, when you were searching for offense and your only answer is I have to play Marsh against a left-handed pitcher because we just need offense, that's not an answer. Look, Marsh, great vibe, dude, all that stuff. He's in the same department as Stubbs for me. Nice guy, good vibes, time to move on. If they can trade Marsh, I'd shake his hand and say you were a lot of fun for a couple of years. But at some point, you got to grow up. At some point, your buddies, they all get jobs and get married and get kids. You can't be left behind. It's almost like keeping Marsh around is wanting to hold on to one more year of your college days.
To me, I look at it as, and I'm not saying they're one and the same, but to me, Marsh is like Aaron Rowan. People love him, but they never won a World Series with Aaron Rowan.
Yeah.
They had to move on from Rowan to get the guy in center field, Victorino, that helped them win the World Series.
Keith in Philly says, stop talking about guys you can't move. Let's talk about ones you can. All right, let's go to the Eagles then. Keith, obviously you're not paying attention here. That's part of the problem. they don't have guys they really can move. This is the conundrum that Dombrowski's in, because you texted in earlier. The honeymoon is over. Time to get to work, Dombrowski. Dombrowski's really got his hands tied with trying to move this. So we're trying to go around the diamond, trying to find a guy you can move, and really, there isn't one. I mean, we're trying to go around the diamond, and we're up to left field. Marsh. Does anybody want Brandon Marsh? Is there a team out there that's going to say, we'll take Marsh?
I mean, there might be, just because of the fact that maybe a team feels they need that Marsh is an upgrade for them.
If they feel that they need a left-hand platoon player, we've already seen that he's not an everyday player.
Right.
The Phillies have told you that. So no other team is going to say, hey, you know what? We think we can get an everyday left fielder. So my question would be, what kind of return are you getting for a platoon left fielder? Yeah, marginal.
Marginal, and it depends on what the other team is asking for along with that platoon player.
Yeah, so far, I think Stott
yeah.
might be an interesting guy to another team, because I think other teams would view him as an everyday player more than Marsh.
Yes.
I think a team would say, hey, we'll let you hit against lefties and play every day. But do the Phillies want to give up on Stott? He was their first-round pick as well. Bohm, I think they've seen enough of to say, you were a first-round pick, but this is what you are. You're a 285 guy with 15 home runs and 100 RBIs, which isn't bad, but we need someone of value that can get us something back. The question would be, if I'm to trade Bohm, what am I looking for in return? Is he getting me a starting everyday left fielder? Is he getting me a platoon right-handed bat? Is he getting me a starting everyday center fielder? I don't know that that's the case.
I think if you package it right, you can get a starting replacement player for these guys. But the problem is, like you said, the money has to come into this conversation. You have almost $1 billion invested in basically 6 or 7 guys at this point.
Yeah. 609-403-0973. Guys, they already have that guy. Austin Hayes is a Marsh platoon. Both have extreme platoon splits. Perfect platoon there. I don't think Hayes will be back. I think
he's not good enough.
No, I think Hayes will be non-tendered, and they'll move on from him. Now, listen, I agree. His splits are pretty good. Maybe they do say, let's get him for a full season. Because like Lauber talked about yesterday, Lauber said he thought it was a good trade based on the splits. The part of the trade that he didn't like, and I agree with him, I would be okay if Hayes and Marsh were a strict platoon in left field. The problem was the Phillies said they looked at Hayes as an everyday player,
right? And
that's where I think they overvalued him. If you told me Hayes was here all season and him and Marsh were a straight platoon in left field, okay, I think that is serviceable. Then what happens in center field? If that's the case, you can't have Rojas playing center field all season long again. And you have to try to find an upgrade there. Does anybody want Rojas? Okay, fine. I'll play along. Sure, people like Rojas, but what are they giving you for him? Nothing.
I will say really quick with Marsh, one of the values with him is that he has 3 years of arbitration left. So if you trade Marsh, so his value to a team you trade him to would be the fact that they can get a player at a low, at a discount rate, basically.
609-403-0973. I see this text message coming in about Miller and Crawford. Okay, 2 years from now. I'm not worried about 2 years from now. I'm talking about next year. Right. Listen, when you have Bryce Harper and Trey Turner signed to $300 million deals, you can't be saying, well, in 2 years, we're going to have Aiden Miller and Justin Crawford. Right. That's not how this works. You can't. When you have Harper and Turner and Wheeler and Nola and this group of guys, Castellanos and Real Muto,
this is a win now.
You can't throw a season away and wait for 2 years down the line.
And hope for the best.
And hope like, oh, well, you know what? We're just going to throw 2 years. Because, by the way, who knows what kind of condition Harper and Turner are going to be 2 years down the road from this contract
100%.
That they are in. So, yeah, we get it. They have guys coming down the road, but you can't throw away 2025 and 2020. Now, I do think that Miller and Crawford could help out sooner than later. Look, if I'm the Phillies, deep down, I got to be honest. I'm hoping that one of those guys, or not, if not both of those guys, impressed me so much at spring training that I almost had to get them up to the big. I don't care about the age. This is not. The Phillies have been so conservative with their prospects. It's time to open the door. If these guys can play, and by the way, Andrew Painter, he will be on this rotation next year, and he's 21 years old. If Miller and Crawford are ready to play, You have to find spots for them. You can't just they're not ready yet. I see way too many guys around baseball that are 20, 21 years old, and they are just fine. You think the Brewers are happy that they brought up the kid who's 20?
Jackson Chirios.
There you go. You think they're happy with that decision?
Of course they are.
Damn right they are.
I was going to put the Dodgers. The Dodgers seem to bring up a kid almost every other month.
Everybody. You go look at a big league roster. When did Ronald Acuna get called up? At 19?
Yeah.
You go look at big league rosters. Look at these guys.
Iglesias with the Mets.
They're stars. Sports Bass Live, 90. How old is he? Old guy.
I think he's really
20. No, he's an older guy. I think Iglesias is in his 30s. I remember him as a prospect. It's the same guy. I could have sworn he was a prospect. Maybe Detroit. Did he come up with Detroit, Iglesias? 226.
I was way wrong. He's 34.
I thought he was 35. He's an older guy.
What's that button? Oh,
yeah. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, PressofAC.com. How does he see the Phillies putting their pieces together? Is this a obvious fix, or is this a tough decision for Dave Dombrowski? It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe over there.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you into a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, and EHT. Online, KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams fall sale and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Members, it's here. Milo's Rewards Week deals for members only are up for grabs. Home decor, holiday tools, you name it, it's for less. Get up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items, including select power tools, tool storage, and ladders. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today and get instant access to Milo's Rewards Week deals. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offer valid 10/10 through 10/16. Program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Break in falling prices at Parkview RV's Fall Open House this Saturday, October 12th from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV in Smyrna. Huge discounts on a huge inventory of new and used travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, and truck campers. It's a Parkview party with low financing, refreshments, and door prizes. Check out must-attend seminars on batteries and winterization. Attendees qualify for service department coupons. Don't miss the Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV with part specials up to 20% off select items and 10% off labor service specials. Don't miss the Parkview RV Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 with the lowest prices of the season. It's all happening at Parkview RV, Route 13 in Smyrna, across from Delaware's only rest area. Parkview RV, home of the great deal.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites like Little Caesars. This week, buy 1 Ultimate Supreme and get an extra most bestest pepperoni pizza free from Little Caesars, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on burgers, tacos, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card good for use at Villa Basilari in Buena for just $25.
This great deal is on sale now at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile.
2:32, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is here. Before we get to Mike, I want to tell you about my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. It's excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve's been selling cars in the area for many years. You guys have probably dealt with him. He'd like to invite all of his previous clients and the new ones to stop in and see him. Now through October 31st, he can get into a 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road in EHC. Online, KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City here. When you lose, like a lot of people have the ideas on how to fix everything. You look at this offseason, is this a simple task? Is this a blueprint that you would easily have mapped out with what their contractual situations look like?
Well, I think to a degree their hands are tied with the big contracts that they have. I mean, you look around the diamond, JT Realmuto's coming back, Bryce Harper's coming back, Trey Turner's coming back at shortstop. Maybe you do something at second base, maybe you do something at third base. I think the prime opportunity to really reshape the team is in 2 places. I think it's in the left field and center field spot, and I think it's the bullpen. But other than that, I mean, I think you've got a lot of mainstays coming back and a lot of guys on big contracts, who are going to be the core of the team again next year.
Yeah, Mike, I tried to go around the diamond. I mean, obviously Harper's not going anywhere. Turner, let me ask you, do you think if someone said, hey, we're interested in Trey Turner, are the Phillies listening?
Well, I mean, they probably listen on everything, but they're not going to trade Trey Turner with that contract. And I doubt that anybody's coming to them looking for, a $300 million shortstop who is shaky defensively and has had 2 good offensive seasons, but, certainly really not living up to that contract so far. So, yeah, they'll listen, but I don't think anybody's asking.
No, I agree with that. I don't think anybody's asking. I guess my question really is, I guess secretly, do they feel that the ROI has been there for the deal they gave Trey Turner?
Yeah, I would say at this point, I think the deal would be a little bit of a disappointment, right? I don't think he's performed the way we envisioned he has, especially defensively. And, last year ended with a loss in Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, and this season ends with a loss in the Division Series. And signing Trey Turner was supposed to put you over the top. This was a team that went to the World Series in 2022, was up in that series 2-1, lost Game 6, and Turner was supposed to get you that final step. And instead, the team has gone backwards. So, I would say so far the rate of return has not been what it was envisioned, because the rate of return was supposed to be World Series trophy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in 2022, they go there, they add a MVP level player,
Correct.
and they have taken steps back with this player. Let me get your thoughts on the Stott, Bohm, Marsh trio. Any value, any thought that the Phillies would say, look, if we're going to do something to change the team, it's going to have to be with one of those three.
Yeah, let's look at all those three guys separately. First of all, I think the biggest room for the Phillies to make a move and improve the lineup and get a guy in here who can maybe more of a contact hitter, a guy who can grind at bats. I think it's in left field and center field. I think what you found out this year is that Brandon Marsh is a fourth outfielder. And I think what you also found out as right now, Johan Rojas is a fourth outfielder. And you can't have two fourth outfielders on the team. So, I think it's interesting. I think the spot in left field or center field is a natural position for them to upgrade. So is Brandon Marsh back next year? Maybe. Is Johan Rojas back? Maybe, but I don't think you can have both of them back. So I think it's got to be one or the other. Bryson Stott.
Well, let me quick on that. Let me interject on that. If they said Hayes and Marsh are back as a platoon in left field, is that acceptable?
Not acceptable at all. Austin Hayes showed us nothing. And Brandon Marsh, with the year he had, took a major step backwards. He is not an everyday player. To bring back, Marsh and Hayes and tell me they're going to platoon in left field, unacceptable, completely unacceptable. You look at Bryson Stott now. Mike, I can't quit Bryson Stott. I still like him as a player. I think defensively he had a standout year. I still think maybe they can unlock something on him offensively. So I'm not going to give up on Bryson Stott. And Alec Bohm, I don't know what to think about right now. 97 RBIs, but his performance in the postseason was terrible. His performance in Game 4 in the field, he looked like he wasn't even there. The throwing of the helmets, the benching of Game 2. The only problem, Mike, is I don't know. I know what fans say, okay, well, we'll just trade Alec Bohm and get somebody good. But if you're another franchise and the Phillies come to you and say, well, we'll give you Alec Bohm for player A, the other franchise, I'm asking the Phillies, well, let me get this right. You want to trade me a guy, the most important game you played all season was Game 2 of the National League Division Series. You're down 1-0 in that series. You got to win Game 2. And you didn't even start the guy in Game 2. You didn't start Bohm in Game 2. So now you want to give me a quality guy for Alec Bohm? I don't think so. So, again, I know in a fantasy world we say trade this guy, trade that guy, bring this type of guy in here. But, they're kind of hamstrung with the kind of moves they can make, I think.
Well, and that's, all three of those guys. Stott, I think, probably gets you the most ROI. Marsh, I don't know what kind of value he has on the trade market. Same with Bohm, Rojas, the same thing. I don't think anybody's calling you and knocking your socks off. And I say knock your socks off. I don't know that anybody's calling you and giving you something that helps the everyday lineup to where they say, hey, we'll take Marsh, we'll give you this, and that's going to make this team any better, which goes to 2 years, $40 million left on Castellanos. He was your most consistent hitter, but do you have to listen if anybody calls for him?
Well, I think you got to listen there. But, Mike, I like Castellanos. I think he actually was one of the few players to show up and play in the postseason. He played all 162 games this season. I know he started terribly in April and May. But, from that point on, he was one of the team's best hitters. He's out there every day. He works hard. He's become a pretty good right fielder. Again, you have to trade value to get value back. And certainly Castellanos would have, I think, more trade value than, Stott, Marsh, Bohm. So maybe, Castellanos is a guy that you would deal, if you got a good guy, a good player back, and he could be part of that package. But right now, I think Castellanos is a guy you might want to keep on the team here because of the way he performed, over, the last 4 months of the season and in the postseason. But I understand that to get talent, you have to trade talent.
Yep.
And right now he might be the most attractive talent guy that you could deal out of the core, basically.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, kind of going around the diamond. What if somebody called you and said, we want Real Muto?
I'd have to think seriously about doing it. I really would. I thought offensively he fell off. You've got Marchand, who they like as a defensive catcher. I think Real Muto's got a year left on his contract. I mean, what kind of deal are you going to give him after this year? The guy batted 0-0-0 in the postseason. So there's no doubt he calls a great game, but I think he slipped a little bit defensively. Again, I'm listening on all these guys that, you come to me and say, what about this guy? What about that guy? I'm listening on all these guys. But again, I just don't know. Again, Real Muto's a guy that, again, if you're another team and the Phillies say, we'll give you Real Muto, I'd look at it and say, well, he batted 0 in the postseason. What am I going to give you for that? So, I think, again, I keep coming back to it. I think they're kind of hamstrung with what they can do. But, Mike, sometimes you don't have to make the big move, right? Look at the Mets. They pick up Iglesias basically off the scrap heap. They remodel him. He changes the whole mood of the team. The whole juju of the team changes with him and his "Oh My God" song, OMG. He starts grinding out at bats and players. Here's the guy who was in the minor leagues all last year. Now he's a key player on a team in the National League Championship Series. So sometimes the moves don't have to be big. It's getting a guy like that can come into the clubhouse and grind at bats. And I really think that's what the Phillies are missing. The Phillies are missing a guy that you put up there and fouls pitch after pitch after pitch off and sees 8 pitches, 9 pitches, 10 pitches, just has great at bats like that. They don't have that guy on the roster right now. And I think to win in the postseason, they got to get 1 or 2 of those guys.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why you're taking a look around and saying, what'd you think about this guy? What'd you think about that guy? And I think the Phillies have to say, yes, we like these guys. They're all guys that we like around, but they all do the same thing. Somebody has to do something differently here between Real Muto, Castellanos, Schwarber, Harper, Turner. And, Harper and Turner, their contracts are so massive, they're not going anywhere. Castellanos, 2 for $40. Do I get out ahead of that and say, you know what, I got my best years from Castellanos. My next 2 years, I don't know that I'm getting better than what I already got, so I'd be willing there. The Schwarber, he's got one more deal. I don't know. Do you even consider that he's 31? You're going to have to think about re-signing him at some point, I imagine. But this is where I want to go to the next phase, Mike McGarry. In your eyes, are either one of those young kids a factor in 2025? Miller, Crawford, or is that just too far away? Because I ask you for these reasons. I look around baseball, and I look at guys 20, 21, sometimes 19. If you can play, you can play. And the Phillies' answer always is, they're not ready. They're not ready. If they're not ready, maybe they aren't as good as you think they are. So are those guys a factor next year?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You look around baseball, the Mets did it with Acuña's brother, right? They brought him up when Lindor was hurt and threw him right into the middle of a pennant race. He's 20 years old. You see it all around baseball, them putting up younger guys. It's getting to be a younger and younger game. I think at the start of the season next year, I don't think either one of those guys, I think it would be a lot to ask those guys to be in the regular season lineup, especially Aiden Miller. I know the reports are glowing, but Mike, he was playing high school baseball a year and a half ago. I mean, the guys that we've seen now, unless he's an all-timer, right? I mean, Mike Trout was in the major leagues about a year and a half or 2 years after he graduated from Millville. And obviously we all know what he's done, and he's a Hall of Famer. Is Aiden Miller that? I don't know. But I think it's asking a lot right now for those guys to be in the starting lineup coming out of spring training. Now, later on in the season, July, August, yeah, I could maybe see it if they have some, good start to the minors, good start in the minors next year. But coming out of spring training, I think it's asking a lot for both of those guys. But I agree with you. You can't slow walk these prospects anymore. It's a young man's game. And, yeah, March 27th when they open up against the Nationals, I think that might be too soon. But June 27th, May 27th, if they get off to a hot start in AAA or AA, I don't think it's too soon.
Yeah. By the way, Jackson Churio, Milwaukee, 148 games this year, hit 275, 21 homers, 79 ribbies, stole 22 bases. He is 20 years old. His birthday is March 11th, 2004, right about the same time as Aiden Miller, who is June 9th, 2004. So they're about the same age. If you think Churio can handle it, why not Miller? That's all I'm saying. Don't rule it out. That's all I'm saying if you're the Phillies.
Yeah, I would agree. I still think it's just asking an awful lot for those guys to advance that quickly and count on them for, next season. I'm not saying they can't be a part of next season. I can't say that they won't come up and, contribute. I'm just saying they expect them to be there at the start in March. Boy, I don't know if I want to put, all that weight on him or depend on the season being successful, depending on how.
And I agree with you, Mike. I agree that I don't think they come right out of spring training. But if you're looking at your roster and you're going through a similar – now, the problem is last year they got off to such a great start that these kind of conversations – but if you're 500 after the All-Star break and heading into August and you're still slumping, and those guys, they have to be under consideration. That might be your only way.
Right, absolutely. To me, I'm going to see how they look in spring training. I'm probably going to start them in the minors, either AA or AAA, and I'm going to see how they perform in those first 2 months of the season. And, they'll answer the question there. And if they can do it, then you got to find, room for them to play and you got to promote them up, especially if, you start next season the way you finished this season, which is basically a 500 team.
All right. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Mike, I asked you this. What was going on last night that there were all these high school football games? Why not tonight? What happened? What's going on?
Well, there's a shortage of officials, basically. And, just about everybody plays Friday nights now. And so before the season started, the officials asked each school in the West Jersey Football League to sort of voluntarily switch a game to a Thursday or a Saturday, just to help with the official, ease the burden on officials. And for whatever reason, last night was a busy Thursday night. A lot of schools kind of choosing to play, make their one move to Thursday last night. And you can see why they did it too. We're 5 or 6 weeks into the season. You play Thursday night. Now you got a long weekend. You got a couple days off before you play next Friday. You can heal some bumps and bruises. It's almost like having a mini sort of bye in the season so far. So that's why you're seeing a lot of games on Thursday night. It's all to sort of ease the officials. And I like it, Mike. It gives us an opportunity to see more teams, cover more teams. And as I wrote, we had a story about it at pressofac.com. What's the only thing better than 2 days of high school football? 3 days of high school football.
I was inordinate. I said, man, everybody seems to be playing tonight. I thought maybe they thought the Phillies would be playing tomorrow and they wanted to move their game off of the NLCS game number 5. But that didn't happen. Mike's Mets are moving on. Mike, we'll talk to you Monday about all the weekend happening. Thanks, buddy.
All right. Looking forward to it, guys. See you later.
All right. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. On the Sports Bash. Coming up at 3, we'll continue the Phillies conversation. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad will give his eulogy, and we'll get his thoughts on who can move, who can be back, what creative moves can Dave Dombrowski make. That's coming up in 11 minutes. Stick around.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN app.
The luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Accelerite, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think. in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEAT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEAT to 42424. That's BEAT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. Your coworker Kyle said bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive could save you money. Bad news. While saying this, Kyle was eating your clearly labeled lunch. Dumb news. Pizza near work costs $7 a slice, and it tastes like drywall covered in ketchup. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and enjoy more lunches far away from Kyle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Break in falling prices at Parkview RV's Fall Open House this Saturday, October 12th from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV in Smyrna. Huge discounts on a huge inventory of new and used travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, and truck campers. It's a Parkview party with low financing, refreshments, and door prizes. Check out must-attend seminars on batteries and winterization. Attendees qualify for service department coupons. Don't miss the Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV with part specials up to 20% off select items and 10% off labor service specials. Don't miss the Parkview RV Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 with the lowest prices of the season. It's all happening at Parkview RV, Route 13 in Smyrna, across from Delaware's only rest area. Parkview RV, home of the great deal.
You're listening to The Sports Dash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
254 Sports Dash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, YouTube. Use the hashtag SB Live. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at Nizam Indian Restaurant, Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township. They are ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes that you have never tried them before. You need to get there. And if you want to try it out, this week would be a great opportunity. If the Eagles win, they are giving out free tandoori spicy chicken wings the week after an Eagles win. Dine in. And I'm telling you, you want those wings. You need those wings. They are outstanding wings. Ranked number 2 best restaurant in the entire state of New Jersey by NJ.com. South Jersey's best Indian restaurant serving authentic food from different parts of South Asia, serving the best delicate, and it will satisfy every single taste bud that you have. Open 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30, and a special lunch buffet. Try it this Sunday from 11:30 to 3. Get there before the Eagles game. Get your fill, and then get ready for the Birds and the Browns, which you can listen to on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Patch. And coming up, Bob Wankel will give us his blueprint for the Phillies offseason. Who legitimately could be on the move, and how different can this roster really look? That's all coming up in 5 minutes from now on the Sports Patch. 3:30, John McMullen. Adam Caplan has football at 4. Sal Paolantonio tonight as the Eagles get ready for the Browns. What are the keys this week as the Eagles are back at full strength? By the way, Devontae Smith has officially been cleared from the concussion protocol.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
He scored!
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight. Coverage begins after Padres, Dodgers, Game 5 on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Something good to know from First Bank of Sea Isle City. We have all of today's innovative banking products just like the big banks, but we offer something they can't. A personal community focus. Let's get you started with Bill Pay. You save time when you pay your bills online. It's fast, easy, and convenient. First Bank of Sea Isle City. A community bank that delivers more for you every day. Personal service, today's technology, from the people who truly care. Learn more at firstbankseaisle.com.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
At Complete Care Health Network, their new men's and family health professionals facility in Williamstown offers preventative health screenings and primary care for the entire family with a focus on men's health. Schedule your appointment at CompleteCareNJ.org.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams fall sale and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get your Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released and treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year, even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999 with any trade. That's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Bulletproof credit 24 EV9 and 6, $13.88 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
No longer qualify for New Jersey Family Care? You may be eligible for quality, affordable health plans through Get Covered New Jersey that cover doctor visits, prescriptions, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling qualify for financial help. Learn more at getcovered.nj.gov.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
That sounds great, guys.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. It's not a enviable position for Dave Dombrowski, but he put himself in this position. He's got a lot of web to try to untangle, a lot of contracts that are not desirable. Everybody in the starting lineup is signed for next year or arbitration eligible. So does he run it back again? Bob Wankel, longtime Phillies writer, crossing broad, set to join us as he does generally on Fridays at this time. The eulogy is his today. He gets to put it together. We will try to pick up the pieces as he joins us right now on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN on a happy hour Friday. Get a couple of brewskis, Bob, and you and I are going to fix this mess. What's up, buddy?
You might need more than a couple brewskis to fix this mess, man.
Is this a 6-pack? Is this a case? What do we got here? 30-pack?
It's amazing. Like, this is a day where it's a beautiful fall day. Eagles off of a bye. You're feeling pretty good about that. And you could be talking about a game 5 p.m. start time, Citizens Bank Park today, and you don't get it because the Phillies couldn't even get this to 5 games.
Couldn't get it done.
You want a eulogy? Here's one. Very nuanced eulogy for me. Here lie the Phillies. They were utterly pathetic. That's it.
Without a whimper, without a fight. They got a lot of questions. They got basically a roster that they ran back almost from 2022. They did add Trey Turner in 2023. They ran it back again from the 2023 team to the 2024 team. So there are no free agents to decide on it offensively. Do they run it back again?
Yeah, there's this idea out here. I see a lot of people saying, don't get your hopes up. This is going to be the same team next year. And I totally disagree with that. Look, they have a number of veterans that are locked into contracts, and they are expensive contracts. And there are some veterans that they wouldn't move if they not that they wouldn't move them if they could, but like a guy like JT Realmuto, like if someone called and said we would die to have JT Realmuto next year on the final year of his deal, would you give him to us? Like, the Phillies would, I guess, talk about it, but like, they're not in a hurry to move on from that deal. I think that there's 2 new starting outfielders every day next season. And I've said all along, and I know this is the part that people especially disagree with. I don't expect both Bryson Stott and Alec Boehm to be back together in the infield next season. Now, that's a little bit more complicated because you have Adam Miller coming, but he's probably not ready until 2026, maybe the very end of 25. But like, he's not going to be an integral piece, I don't believe, of a playoff team next year. So do you go out and sign someone to play third base for a year if you move on from Boehm? So it's not all nice and clean the way that you want it to be, but I think that they're going to move on from 3 position players next year.
Okay, yeah, because, we're trying to go around. Harper's obviously here. Turner. If somebody called for Turner, do you think they'd listen? Not that anybody would. That contract's abysmal.
Yeah, there's no way that anybody's calling for the final 9 years of Trey Turner's deal at $27 million plus per, but he's here. Bryce Harper's here. Kyle Schwarber's here. The only guy of like these higher paid veterans that could potentially not be here would be Nick Castellanos. But it's interesting in saying that because you just watched a series in which he was the only guy that really manned up other than Bryce Harper in your lineup. So are you really all that quick to move on from him? Because this is all about October, and he actually acquitted himself very nicely here over those 4 games.
Yeah, so you're right. Harper, Turner, Schwarber, Castellanos, Realmuto, they're your 5 guys that you paid big money. And of them, it's hard to imagine them not being here. But Stott, Boehm, Marsh, that daycare, quote-unquote, group of guys, do they have value? Does somebody call and offer something that changes this team. It's not to say that, hey, these guys stink. They can't play. Bohm's an all-star. He had a really good year. Stott was a really good player for you the year before. I think Marsh of that group is probably the weakest. But are you getting something from another team that's equal but changes you for any of those three?
Well, part of it is about what you get in return and what their value would be. And then part of it is just freeing up the financial assets. I mean, look, Alec Boehm is probably the most interesting one because he was dreadful at the end of the season. His behavior on field and in the dugout was downright alarming. And I think there's a lot of questions about, well, what does this look like? I think my thing is he's under team control for another 2 seasons. This past season, the Phillies went to arbitration with him. I would imagine that they probably will do so again this year. Like, it seems to be that Alec Boehm and the team are not exactly on the same page about his worth. So if he's here, he's probably going to make somewhere around $8 million. So he's not cheap anymore. He's not that cheap anymore. This isn't a guy that's making $1 million per. So do the Phillies want to commit $8 million to him, then go into his final year of team control and then make a free agent decision on him long term? I don't think the Phillies are going to sign him to another contract. So at best, is he here another year as keeps the seat warm for a guy like Aiden Miller, who I think will play third base for this team? Maybe. But I would not be surprised if they engaged in conversations this winter about moving on from Alec Boehm. There's got to be at least some level of concern about his, I don't want to be overly harsh, but let's just say his toughness, or wherever he's at from a mental standpoint. And I thought his comments after Game 4 were pretty bizarre. He was asked by Tim Kelly of Phillies Nation, what are you at a crossroads? He says, no, I know exactly where I'm at and where I'll be next year. And to me, it's just a player that he's just totally tone deaf.
Yeah, I didn't like the answer either, where he said, my approach and the way I play is what got me here. Guess what? Okay, you were good enough to get here, but once you're here, if you don't keep building upon that, you become just another guy. And I think that's the mindset that says this guy doesn't want to be great. He's cool with just being where he is.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had a 780 OPS. He was second in the National League in doubles. Like, if I were a fan of a team acquiring Alec Boehm, I could talk myself into it. He's 28 years old. He's right in his prime. Some of these offensive numbers are pretty good. Maybe he's not the best defender, but fine. He's going to be a helpful piece. On the other side of it, though, I just think it's time to move on. I think he will have some value. I do think that some teams would be interested in him, and I think there would be a market for that player. The Phillies, if they're not interested or they're not seriously entertaining a longer-term deal with Alec Boehm, then why not just move on when there is some value off of a pretty good year for him?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Brandon Marsh, is it a Brandon Marsh, Austin Hayes? They liked Hayes a lot. You can make an argument that we liked him, and he got hurt, and then he had this weird infection, and we never got what we thought. Now we get him for spring training, and that we go in with those two guys, and that makes us better.
He's going to make, again, he's another guy. He's going to be in his final year of team control next season, and he's slated to make approximately $6.5 million.
That's who, Marsh or Hayes?
Hayes.
Okay.
So I don't think that the Phillies, based on what they saw over the past couple months, would have much of an appetite to bring back Austin Hayes at $6.5 million. Not that is crazy expensive, but I can't imagine that they would be real enthusiastic about that. It's not to say that it's a definite, but I would be surprised if he were back next season. As far as Brandon Marsh goes,
so what's he, a non-tender?
Yeah, I think that's a non-tender situation. See you later. That would be my best guess. Look, Brandon Marsh, everyone loves him. Good clubhouse guy, great teammate, good dude, all that stuff. Bottom line is, in the second half of this season, he hit .231 and struck out 33% rate. He can't play against left-handers, and he started to struggle a little bit against right-handers. And he was 0 for 13 in this series against the Mets. And, he's not an everyday center fielder. He's more equipped to play left field. And if you're bringing him back, there can't be any projection about him being an everyday guy or taking the next step. You would have to have him back on this roster knowing that he is a true platoon piece, 4th, 5th outfielder type. And if you're okay with that, yeah, like maybe you bring back Brandon Marsh. But this idea that he's going to grow into an everyday guy, be somebody that you can really rely on as like a 6-7 hitter, like that is not happening. And I do think that they would take calls on Brandon Marsh. I do. I'm not predicting that they would move on, but I think that there's a decent chance of it. I'll put it to you this way, Mike. I think Alec Boehm's out of here. I do. I think Alec Boehm is out of here. I think that Johan Rojas is out of here. at least as a starting caliber player. I don't think I think they will replace at least the 2 outfielders. And I wouldn't be surprised if they move on from Bohm. Stott, I think they will ride with because of the defense and because you can probably talk yourselves into, hey, we can get him better against fastballs where he struggled this year and he still has upside.
All right, Bob Wankel crossing broad. Phillies obviously have a lot of questions that they need answered. It's a lot of offense because their offense keeps letting them down, man. And if you keep bringing this same group back, it's how are you going to improve on what you have? So we just kind of outlined a couple of their things there on the offensive side of the ball. Let's go to they have 3 free agents. 2 are going to be interesting, obviously. Turnbull obviously got hurt. Don't know what to expect. Maybe a minor league type of deal or something. But Jeff Hoffman was a story, man. He made the All-Star game. They found this guy. I mean, basically he's pitching to Harper in like side games. And they're like, hey, this guy's pretty good. He has a great year last year. He works his way up to where he makes an All-Star game. He had an awesome season. And then this postseason, a disaster in his free agent year. Do the Phillies say, this guy's not ready for the big time, we can't pay him? And does somebody else say, we loved what he did in the regular season, we'll pay him? How do you see the Hoffman thing happening?
I think he's going to be back. He's a guy that was highly touted, was a first-round pick. He was with Toronto, with Cincinnati, with Colorado. He had struggled with other organizations. He came here and really found his footing up until this past week. I think that he works very well with Caleb Cotham. I think there's an abundant amount of trust. And I think to some degree, he probably believes that the best version of himself will be in Philadelphia. Does that mean he would take a huge discount to sign here? Probably not. But would that be a consideration? Maybe. As far as the Phillies go, I think the Phillies really like Jeff Hoffman. And look, there's a world where the manager on Wednesday, and I'm not a big rough up the manager guy, but I think that there's a world where the manager on Wednesday doesn't get up Jeff Hoffman 3 different times, bring him into the game, have him get 2 massive outs to get through the 5th inning, then have him sit on his hands for 20 plus minutes and then bring him back out in the 6th. I mean, the real-time move where I think a lot of people listening to this probably felt the same way that I did, which is you can't be seriously considering bringing him back out for the 6th inning after what he did in the 5th.
Let's break this down a little bit here because I think everybody said, why'd you bring Hoffman back? And I want to get your take on this. The bullpen had been so bad. He got bombed for bringing Kimbrel in the year before just by basically going by the book. Did he lose faith in everyone? Hoffman finally got 2 outs, and he said, the bottom of the Mets order's up. Can I sneak him through one more inning? Because I don't trust anybody else.
I think it's exactly what happened. I think point blank, that's 100% what happened. And unfortunately, I think Rob, he was certainly burned by Craig Kimbrel the year prior against Arizona. But I think Rob has maybe sometimes too much trust in his players. And I think what happened here was basically what you said. And then also just him reverting to the greater picture, saying, wow, over 162 games, this guy was so good for me. I'm going to trust him rather than reading what he had in that moment. What he had in that moment was a guy that doesn't do a lot of up downs, had gotten 2 key outs, had a long break, had thrown earlier. It just was not the right situation. And he said, he said after the game, well, we would have only gone to Christopher Sanchez in extra innings. I personally think that he should have read the immediate returns and said, my bullpen is not getting anybody out. The Mets are all over every single one of these guys. I'm going to Christopher Sanchez. And I think that that's what he should have done in the 6th inning. And I know that I sound like a Monday morning quarterback, but in real time, I said, this is playing with fire when they went back to him in the 6th.
I agree. And is that, a product of not knowing what Sanchez availability was or how he felt? I didn't like his answer. It takes him too long to get ready. So if it's extra innings, is it going to take him less time to get ready?
I think that's all nonsense. You could have gotten him revved up in the 5th inning. When Hoffman was coming into the game, you figured that Hoffman's going to get you through, sink or swim through the 5th. Then you're going to come and bat. I know maybe he has a 3-hour buildup sometimes, but I think you could do a lot of that work in advance and you would have still had about 30 minutes in real time when you decided to pull that trigger for him to be ready to go.
Real quick, Wheeler, I had a lot of people texting yesterday, why didn't they throw Wheeler? Suarez did give up no runs in the game, and they didn't score. So Wheeler could have thrown a gem. I don't know that changes anything. But if Wheeler said, I would have pitched, would you have pitched Wheeler, and would that have changed anything?
I would have started with Ranger Suarez the way that they did. And I would have gone to Christopher Sanchez, and then I would have had Zach Wheeler ready to go in Game 5. I think that
Nola today.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues that you run into by using Zach Wheeler, and I know that you have to get there. Like you can't worry about tomorrow when you can die today, right? Like, but I just think that if you survive that game and you use Wheeler, okay, Christopher Sanchez, and then a ton of bullpen arms that hadn't been pitching well. Like that was the whole thing. Like, can we get to the limit and then have this guy staring them down in Game 5? That's how we're going to win this series. I don't think the Phillies bullpen could have gotten enough outs. And by the way, like pessimistically, if you didn't like the Phillies bullpen this season, that's fine. I think every baseball evaluator in the sport would have said it's a top 10 bullpen, probably a top 5 or 6 bullpen. And in this series, they got 38 outs and they allowed 28 base runners. It was a nightmare, and it was almost every single guy. You could predict the offense, going through a slump, overswinging, always taking their A swing. Not totally unpredictable. The bullpen doing what it did in this series, stunning.
Absolutely. That was probably the biggest story that that emerged from these playoffs, was that the bullpen let you down. Not one night, one loss, every game. I mean, even the game you won, they let you down in that game. Which brings us to Estevez. You traded for him. He's a free agent. You're going to need bullpen help. Do you just stick with what you know, or do you have to find another guy?
Yeah, I think he's out of here. I'm not a huge fan. Look, he had a great first half. It wasn't like he was a total disaster for the Phillies, in the regular season anyway. But he does not miss enough bats. He regressed significantly in the second half of the season. And again, I don't really know where the blame goes, but if you look at the sequence to Lindor, it was just four-seam fastball, four-seam fastball, four-seam fastball. I mean, you got to show something else there. I don't expect him to be back. Like, that's not just like I wouldn't do it. I don't think that the Phillies plan to bring him back.
So do you go into the offseason saying we really need to improve our bullpen, or do you just say, well, how do you read what you just saw with this bullpen and say, we just think it was circumstantial, but we like Strahm, we like Alvarado, we like Kerkering, we like Hoffman. We're going to let Estevez walk. But, you're in the same situation. You let Kimbrel walk last year, which everybody's fine with, but you didn't really replace him. You just came back with guys that you know what I'm saying?
It's tough though, right? Because if you look at how they performed throughout the regular season, they were a good group. And so you build a bullpen and you're hoping that what you see in the regular season, how do you differentiate, wow, this is a good regular season bullpen from this is a good postseason bullpen? You can't, maybe you can do that a little bit more with lineups, because over 162, if you have a ton of talent and you hit a lot of home runs, your runs per game can look really good. Like the Phillies were still 5th in runs scored this season. And at one point in July, they led Major League Baseball in runs scored. It was a good offense over 162 games, even though it was really streaky. Yeah. But then in a playoff series, you can see how that same type of offense with that type of approach can get exposed. So you can tweak things there. And that's why I look at Johan Rojas, and I'll come back to this. What do you have in this lineup? You have a bunch of free swingers, right? You have a lot of guys that are super aggressive. There's that boom or bust, and I'm putting that in air quotes for anybody that's watching me right now. What's Johan Rojas do? Well, he hits 240. Okay, that's not so bad, right? Not a big deal. But I'll go back to it. He doesn't walk, and he's a free swinger. You need a guy that has a different approach that can kind of mitigate some of the free swinging boom or bust potential of the rest of the lineup. And he's just not a fit for what they're doing. So that's why I come back to replacing him and getting a legitimate major league hitter that can play center field. And then also going out and you either get another veteran type of player out in left field via trade, or you get somebody that's a meaningful complementary piece to Brandon Marsh and let them split time in left.
All right. Internal help. I know these seem far-fetched, but I saw the Churios kid. Didn't seem to have any problem handling himself at this level. The Mets needed a shortstop. They picked up the phone and said, give me the teenager. Do either one of those young kids, Miller or Crawford, have any impact on this roster next year?
Because they have to replace multiple outfield spots, I think it is more likely that Crawford would make an impact later next season than it is Miller. I'm more bullish on Miller between the two, but I just don't think that is ready yet. And I don't think that you'll really see him until 26 is my guess. Now, obviously, things can change. You can really open some eyes. You can make a huge step. That happens all the time. And we could be having a different conversation next spring. But right now, I think it's more likely Crawford would be the guy you see first.
Andrew Painter, is he in the rotation next year? And is that a difference maker? Or is this just, hey, you're the fifth guy. We had so many problems there. Just get us quality fifth starter innings.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Phillies entertain bringing back Spencer Turnbull and maybe adding another veteran depth piece to try to eat up some of those innings in the back of the rotation. I would expect, if all goes according to plan, that Andrew Painter pitches for the Phillies next year and is a piece of the rotation, but there's going to be a lot of consideration given to his workload, his inning limits, and all of that. So for that reason, I don't think that you necessarily see him in April. You might not see him until a little bit later on in the season, where they can kind of roll him out and not have to put the brakes on in October.
All right, let's get to the manager. There's a lot of playoff teams clearing house. The Braves, the entire staff, gone. The Orioles today, their entire staff, gone. The managers remained. But according to Bob Nightingale at the USA Today, there's some internal discussions about Rob Thompson and or his staff. Anything crazy? I know Thompson is scheduled to talk on Tuesday, which kind of tells me he would be safe. But do you anticipate a manager change and or coaching changes? Bob Wankel.
I would be stunned if Rob Thompson wasn't this team's manager next season. And look, there are real concerns, and there are a lot of examples of guys not being able to get a team over the hump. You make a change, new energy, different voice, and then they take that next step. And if you're somebody listening to this and you're hoping for that to be the case, I get it. I don't think that's going to happen. I am sure that John Middleton is beyond disappointed, probably angry. If I had to guess, I mean, I've had some personal interactions with John Middleton. He's a pretty intense guy. I'm sure he did not take this well. I just don't think they're going to go there. And I just want to say this, and we've talked about it before, but major league managers do not dictate offensive approach. So if you're upset that Trey Turner is swinging out of the strike zone, if you're upset that Nick Castellanos at times dives out of the strike zone, the manager is not going to change that. He will especially not change it in established veteran players. So do they look at the hitting coach? Maybe. Do they make a couple tweaks on the staff? Possibly. But Rob Thompson, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I know a lot of people going after Kevin Long. Yesterday we had Dave Gallagher on the show, who was a hitting coach at one point in his career, talking about what their job really entails. And his point was, you're not changing some guys' approach. These guys are who they are. That's how they got there. But what you could try to do is, try to get some different guys in here to complement those guys and have, I thought Trey Turner was quite, he said it's easy. We do it ourselves. We're sitting in the dugout and saying, what are you swinging at? Yeah. But when you get in that box and the guy's throwing 95, what's interesting, Bob? I'm watching the game the other night. Pitcher, I can't even remember who it was at the time, but I said he just threw 4 or 5 pitches, 95 plus, and not one was a fastball. It's a splitter. It's a sinker. It's a sweeper. I mean, it's just 4 different. I mean, it's not easy, but it's even less easy when you don't have plate discipline to be able to recognize a strike and not a strike. That's one of the problems that this group has. They don't know what's a strike and what's not a strike.
Yeah, I think there are just too many hitters that profile the same way. Like we call it taking your A swing at all the time. I mean, and that's not shortening up. That's not trying to use all fields. That's I'm taking my daddy hack every time. And there's just too many guys on this team that do that. But again, like if you're Trey Turner, you're going to say, this is how I got here. This is what made me a special player to begin with. I'm not going to change who I am. When I'm competing against a guy with that type of stuff, I have to do what naturally feels right to me in that moment. And that's how that happens. And that's why it happens the way it does. It's not necessarily stubbornness. It's about like it's like a defense mechanism. This is how I compete. This is how I think that instinctively I'm going to have the best chance to win this at bat. And, teams know it and they're taking advantage of that.
All right, we'll get out on this. You said you'd be stunned if Rob Thompson was not the manager. But if there was one big guy not here, which would be the least stunning of the big high-priced guys? If they had to say, you know what, we can't bring this core back, we've got to do something, and it's not the daycare guys. And it was one of the other guys, Real Muto, Harper, Turner, Schwarber, Castellanos. Which one?
It's definitely Nick Castellanos. He has 2 years left, $20 million per. I don't think a team would be enthusiastic about giving him $40 million over 2 years, but if the Phillies bought out $10 million of it, Nick Castellanos for 2 years, $15 million per, I think a lot of teams would be interested in that. And the only way you do that, though, is if there were a right fielder or a player like the right fielder for the Yankees, where you say, we need to write a check for $550 million this offseason, and we need to free up some cash here in the short term. That's how you would do it.
It wouldn't be an annual offseason if I didn't ask you if Mike Trout's coming here.
I hope. I mean, I hope not. I really hope not.
Is that a possibility, do you think?
Would
they explore that if the Angels wanted to? I mean, that
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would talk about it. I just, again, like a guy that's aging, that is injury prone and super talented, but has he been on the field? I feel like that is not what this team needs right now.
Taijuan Walker back?
I have no idea how they're going to navigate that. I would be surprised if he threw a pitch for the Phillies though next season, but maybe they just see how the winter goes and they need another warm body in Clearwater to eat up some innings, and who knows, I guess.
All right. Bob Wankel, another great season. It's been a lot of fun. The people out there have reacted well to the conversations, and it's all over. Could have been leading us right up to first pitch in about an hour from now had it all worked out. But we'll keep in touch in the offseason as always here, man. We appreciate it all season long.
All right, Mike. Talk soon, man. Thanks for having me.
Bob Wankel, everybody, from Crossing Broad, all season contributor here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Well, that is the finishing touches really on a Philly season that went awry, and we'll have more coverage of the offseason Tuesday when all of the participants, Rob Thompson, Roski, speak. We'll have the highlights here on the Sports Bash. This hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907 or online at broadleafs.net. When we come back, big moves by the Eagles today. They got some great news on a key player. John McMullen joins me next to discuss.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants.
$50 and bills as annoying if you know for just $25. This great deal is on sale now at SeizeTheDeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to SeizeTheDeal.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams fall sales and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Sometimes I struggle to get sleep. My body's out from here, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQL.
ZQL, the world's #1 sleeping brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQL nights. Explore our products at ZQL.com.
Extravagant, luxurious, lavish. The $7 Lux Cravings Box from Taco Bell satisfies all your crunchiest, cheesiest, sauciest cravings. Indulge in a beefy 5-layer burrito, Chalupa Supreme, Doritos Locos Taco, and chips in a drink,
Going on luxurious trucks for less. It's yours today at Taco Bell.
It's Superstar Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstar batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstar batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage, but if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LANZESS.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets. Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that can save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with Illinois.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more cents. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. All forensic eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and has been placed all his previous clients and new ones stop in his field. Now, through October 31st, he can get you into the new 2025 Acura Integra for just $370 a month with $89.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Road, DHT. Online, KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
3:33 Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. Subscribe at Mike Gill Show on YouTube. This hour brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, 609-390-3907, Broadleys.net. John McMullen brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new and pre-owned, certified pre-owned Hondas online at BoardwalkHonda.com. Eagles getting ready for the Browns, and it's a big one because everybody's paying attention now. Last week, during a bye, you had a chance to hide under the radar. The Eagles are back, and you can listen to them this Sunday at 1 o'clock with coverage at noon on 97.3 ESPN. John McMullen, of course, you can check out his writing at Sports Illustrated and check him out weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on Bird 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Johnny Mack, what's up, buddy?
Mike, how you doing?
It's been kind of an interesting week for the Eagles. I had a hiding under the radar here with the Phillies stuff. The Phillies are done. Now the Birds are back, and they're getting some guys back. I get the news today, John. You can confirm this, but Devontae Smith cleared and ready to go.
Yeah, he's cleared from the concussion protocol. He will play Sunday against the Browns. Johnny Wilson cleared as well from the protocol. So everybody's good to go. Devontae AJ, Lane Johnson are all set to play, so that'll be a big boost against the struggling Cleveland Browns.
But do they struggle defensively? You know, this is a defense that really carried them last year. You know, they had the offensive issues at quarterback, so many injuries at running back and receiver, and their defense through it all was pretty good. Why are they different defensively if they are this season?
Yeah, I don't think they are. They haven't tackled well. They have a ton of injuries. That's been the issue. So they're definitely not. They were the number one defense in the NFL last season, for people that don't know. And they were not only number one, they were the best defense statistically since 2014. So, I mean, they had a really big year defensively last year, led by obviously Myles Garrett, who was Defensive Player of the Year, and maybe the best defensive player in football when he's healthy. And even when he's not, as this year he's been dealing with foot problems, Achilles problems, and he's still got 4 sacks and 27 pressures. And it was pretty fun hearing Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata talk about him and how good he is, because the Eagles and Browns had joint practices, and that was in 2022 and 2023 with the Browns, sort of home and home joint practices. And those three would sort of battle during practice, and then afterwards would compare notes and try to help each other. So from that standpoint, yeah, I mean, they Jordan's description was a horror show. That's how he described going against Myles Garrett. Elaine called him, he's got the size of Julius Peppers, who's a Hall of Famer, and with the athleticism of Micah Parsons. Everybody should know how athletic Micah Parsons is. He is a special player. So it starts with him. But they have very good players at all levels. The problem is they're down 3 defensive backs. And now Denzel Ward hadn't practiced all week. He's their best corner, one of the best corners in the NFL. He did practice today, so we'll see. Their injury report was 20 deep. They're down 3 defensive backs, 3 starters. And as I said, Myles is working through some stuff, but they still have him. They have Zadarius Smith. They have Dalvin Tomlinson when they're healthy. Denzel Ward is, as I said, one of the best corners. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is one of the best linebackers. Typically, they're really good at safety, but they're banged up 3 of their safeties, so that might be an issue. Yeah, they're really, really talented on defense.
Yeah, and you look at that and say what the Eagles have been offensively. It's tough to tell what they're going to be offensively because we really haven't seen them, right? I mean, we haven't seen this team the way that the Eagles envisioned.
No, I mean, they played 3 games without A.J. Brown. We always talk about their record without Lane Johnson, which is also legitimate, and it's a much smaller sample size because A.J. had, stayed healthy since he got here until week 18 last season. You saw he got hurt in the first quarter of the Giants game. That the offense, now, they weren't really playing that game, I would say, full bore. But then you hit the playoff game against Tampa. And then this year, I mean, they scored 34 points against Green Bay on a shoddy field with them. And since he's been gone, under 20 points a game. I mean, they are just not the same team when A.J. Brown isn't on the field offensively. So that is a huge get back for the Eagles. And it's disappointing that they can't persevere a little bit better without him. But, the positive is they're going to have them. So it should go back to 30 plus. That is their hope.
That is the hope. If you're attacking Cleveland's defense this week, you got a full arsenal back. What's the best way to go about it? You put the ball in Jalen Hurts' hands with those receivers, or is this a Saquon Barkley type of game?
Well, I think you have to see, how things go as always when it comes. I think people get too hung up on, is this a Saquon game? Is it run the football versus is this a throw the football game? I think, you want to get everybody involved, but AJ's 1, Devontae's 2, Saquon's probably 3, Dallas is 4. And that's pretty much how the Eagles see it. And I don't think that changes much because they have a lot of confidence in those particular players. I think it only changes when they're not there. And I don't think that changes on this particular week. Even though I know people want to hear what they would run the football, but I just don't think that's the Eagles' personality.
Johnny, John McMullen, of course, Birch 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel and Sports Illustrated. Here on the Sports Bash, live 97.3 ESPN. Browns in Philadelphia. Back at home, haven't really had the home game since week number 2. Then you had the bye, so they've had a couple of weeks on the road back in Philadelphia. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. All right, give me your thoughts on what this Browns offense is and if the Eagles are, set up to stop what Cleveland does offensively, which isn't much.
Yeah, well, I don't, it's really weakness versus weakness, I guess, from that standpoint, because certainly people are down on the Eagles defense with the exception of the New Orleans game. I think, it's very similar. It's one of those years for Cleveland, and Nick Chubb is back at practice, and, I'm not sure if he's going to play this week. I think they're being cautious with it. Their tackles, Jedrick Wills is finally back. They haven't had him. Jack Conklin is pushing to be back this week. So, they've had a very shoddy offensive line because those two players have been out, plus Wyatt Teller, who's, a Pro Bowl guard, is on injured reserve. Typically, they have one of the best offensive lines in football, but they haven't been out there. And David Njoku's one of those guys who, if you see him, and I saw him at his joint practices I was talking about, you're like, what the heck are you doing with this guy? I mean, he is physically imposing. He's been backed up. So this is a really good team with a really bad quarterback right now and a bunch of injuries.
For some reason, John, the style of defense the Eagles play at times, it makes it feel like this is a get-right game for the quarterback who's been struggling, It's like this guy's been bad against everyone, and now all of a sudden he's got cushions and he can just kind of flick and throw and move the ball down the field.
Yeah, I mean, Deshaun Watson is the X factor because I know, like Nick Sirianni coming from Indianapolis and would have to play Houston, twice a year, and he's just used to the old guy, and he's like, he at one point he called him Superman. He's a completely different guy, and from what he was in Houston. And I don't know if he's got anything left or what's going on, but it's been terrible. I mean, he has been arguably the worst quarterback in football. So if he continues to play like that, the Eagles are going to be fine. If maybe, certain players being back, and again, I would pay close attention to the injury report as it comes out this afternoon. Then you start to get incrementally better, perhaps. But, if he's got a cape in the back, as Nick believes, and he's got any of that Superman left in him, and he decides to show up, then I think, it's a completely different ball game. And but I do think that a lot of people look at this game and say this is one of the worst teams in football. This is not one of the worst teams in football. If they're healthy, if they're cooking, they're a playoff team. They were a playoff team last year. They were a playoff team with Joe Flacco. But the quarterback is just an abject mess.
It's been bad, no question about it. But I will ask, the question in terms of there have been weeks where he's been competent. He's not weak. He's not horrible every week. It just seems that when he's bad, he's really bad.
Yeah, and it's been bad recently, and everybody's got a little bit of a recency bias, but that's why, Nick is trying to stress, and he's part of his messaging this week is be humble, thinking, perhaps that everybody's looking at this game like a gimme. This isn't the Carolina Panthers. I mean, Myles Garrett with bad feet and an Achilles issue has more production than every defensive lineman the Eagles have. That's how good he is.
Yeah. No, listen, defensively, that's where I think this game is an interesting one, because the Eagles offense really hasn't played that much together. You're hoping that, okay, we have a really good offense. You have a good defense, strength on strength, let's go. And our defense should be able to handle an offense that's been, abysmal. But, this defense. Now, listen, they handled a pretty decent Saints offense a couple of weeks ago, and you're like, okay, they do have that effort in them somewhere. And you would think that against a guy like this in Watson, who has been so bad at times, that this is the kind of game where you feel that the defense picks it up a little bit here, especially coming out of a bye week.
Yeah, and Nick Chubb might change that equation if he does play, but there's a lot of things. I mean, he's been out for a long time, so even if he does play, is he going to be the old Nick Chubb? Probably not. But before he got hurt, he was arguably the best running back in football. So there's a lot of things that can change the dynamic of this particular game. Like I said, just having Jedrick Wills and Jack Conklin, if he finally has those tackles, he can, probably rest a little bit more assured and when it comes to protection, because they've had a really bad year from an offensive line perspective, but it's totally because of the injuries. They're playing backup players and they haven't been good.
Right.
And if the starters show up, that's something to keep an eye on.
You could listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the coverage starts at noon. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick, they'll be on the call at 1 o'clock. And check out John on Monday morning at 8 a.m. On Birds 365 to recap it all. Hopefully the Eagles bounce back with this offense getting right. And, of course, the defense having a week off and playing against one of the worst offensive teams in football. And, of course, we'll have John back to break it all down here on the Sports Bash. All right, John, enjoy the game, man.
All right, you too. Thanks, Mike.
That's John, and of course, he's brought to you by by Boardwalk Honda. He's on Birds 365. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And don't forget, tonight, it's the opener, everybody. It is the opener. The Flyers and the Canucks. You can listen to the action after Game 5 of the NL. Right around the mid-first period, maybe second period of the game. We got NLDS coverage starts at 7:30, and then the Flyers and the Canucks right here on 97.3 ESPN. Your home for Flyers hockey. You know, the Flyers start out Vancouver tonight, Calgary tomorrow, Edmonton on Tuesday, Seattle on Thursday. 10 o'clock games all the way through until the home opener next weekend at 7 o'clock. We're your home for Flyers hockey, of course, with our sister station, Rock 104.1. And don't forget, download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle to listen to Flyers games on your phone.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. Fans and of 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
Your BMW experience is closer to you today. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, in Egg Harbor Township. Shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams fall sale and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's time to shift seasons in style at Macy's Fab Fall Sale. Save on all the things you can't wait to wear, like shoe and boot specials 30 to 40% off, and coats for your crew 30 to 60% off. Plus, elevate your tabletop with hosting essentials from Gottinger, The Cellar, Thirsty Stone, and more, 50% off. Even better, take an extra 20% off with your coupon or Macy's card. Going on now at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
With GMF financing, the qualifying buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now, you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN.
Did you see any of the Northern Lights last night?
So I saw people posting pictures about it. But I didn't personally see it.
My whole feed, and I didn't know what the heck was going on. And I'm like, how do you even see this?
Apparently, if you take a picture with your phone,
Yeah, I noticed
it
because
allows you to see.
at about 10 o'clock last night, my girlfriend and I jumped in the car, and I was just along for the ride. And we were just searching anywhere you can go. And she's like, there's too many damn lights out here, like the moon and then the street lights. And then, because I said, well, I see people posting on like social media in Margate and then Egg Harbor Township and Sea Isle. I was like, so I don't know what I'm looking for.
I knew people down like the North Sea Main area all went out.
I got pictures of my phone. I mean, I did the whole night vision thing. I did get some interesting photos. I mean, take a look at.
You feel that. Let down.
I don't feel let down, but my girlfriend does because she said she thought it was a lot more noticeable, like with the naked eye earlier at some point. She didn't realize that that's what was going on. She's like disappointed that she didn't like take it in more. But just sitting there putting my phone on night mode and taking a picture and seeing the result of the picture be different from what I'm looking at, no, it didn't do much. Football at 4 with Adam Caplan is next. Flyers hockey tonight. Coverage begins after Game 5, Padres and Dodgers. You can listen to it all on 97.3 ESPN. This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles host the Cleveland Browns in Week 6 of the 2024 season this Sunday. And if you fire from football, listen to all the action with Harold Reed and Mike Gill with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit CalviElectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Hey, everyone. Can I get a Shopify? Business is booming for small marketing research firms. After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers. I spend way too busy researching. To waste time researching resumes. I need a view. Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running.
So I take ZQL. ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Every day start with ZQL nights. Explore our products at ZQL.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Extravagant, luxurious, lavish. The $7 Lux Cravings Box from Taco Bell satisfies all your crunchiest, cheesiest, sauciest cravings. Indulge in a juicy 5-layer burrito, chicken chalupa supreme, Doritos Locos Taco, and chips and a drink for a fun, luxurious price. Lux, for less. Get yours today at Taco Bell. Participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Drinks exclude free.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and war terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of the parlay. Go for the sports team and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Philadelphia. Hey, son of a gun! Bang! It's good! Ball game! 97.3 ESPN, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. We'll see what's not ordinary about the matchup this week. It's the Eagles and the Browns, and you can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms and their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds is with us as the injury report just released, a fresh release, Adam Caplan, and no injuries report. Clean bill of health for the Eagles.
Yeah, so that, look, it doesn't mean that injuries magically went away, just so people understand that's not the way it works. What it means is they don't have a game status designation. What does that mean? They're all available to play. That includes City Brown, by the way. City Brown talked to us, though, that he's going to be activated. They have, by the way, just so you know, they have till 14 weeks from tomorrow to activate Anaya Smith or Brown, or the can't play this week. All look good. So then the next question would be, Mike, if City Brown's going to get activated, what's his role? That's throughout it. There's a chance he'll be their third safety. It might be a little bit rich to think he could do that immediately, since he had not practiced before this week since last season. So we have to be careful of our expectations, Mike, come off an ACL injury. That's why, Mike, despite how good he looked running around and the media was able to see that, you're talking about 9 months since he had practiced. We have to understand that you can't just snap your fingers and expect the guy to be where he was before the injury. And also, we have to know, Mike, that this is these coaches, a brand new coaching staff on defense. They've Jeremiah Watson is their edges coach, but they have a new defensive backs coach, Christian Parker, who had to get to know Sydney, and looks good. I mean, right now it sounds like him, but again, the deadline's tomorrow for the game.
All right, so obviously that could be a possibility that Sidney Brown is back. Healthy. I mean, just to clarify, Brown, Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, and anybody else you want to throw in there, but I think they're all a lot more minimal than those three guys.
Yeah. By the way, I would say this, and I people would come at me on Twitter. I'll say, hey, so-and-so has been cleared to play. And when I'm playing, I always say this, barring some unforeseen setback. I know you're a Seinfeld guy, Mike, like me and millions of others. I'm going to give you a trivia question. See if you can get it. Because you are Mr. Seinfeld, correct? Are you still a big Seinfeld guy?
I was very, very, very good. And, I haven't watched in a little while, but I think I have a memory. I think I can still remember some stuff.
And I know you did some trivia like me. I've done some trivia. So what did Sid Farkas say to George Costanza about his job at E.D. Grandmont?
Well, he told him to get out, basically.
No, before that, no. What did he tell him about? He shook his hand. As he was shaking his hand, what did he say?
Jeez.
Barring any unforeseen incident.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So, barring any unforeseen incident we don't know about, these guys, like blank ships flying. Okay, let's go over this real quick. A.J. Brown's been cleared, barring a setback in pregame warm-ups or their walkthrough, by the way. We need to say that. They have a walkthrough tomorrow, usually around 10 a.m. Barring an incident before the game, he'll be in the lineup. Nakobe Dean with the ankle, that was a new injury. He's good to go. He's been cleared. Lane Johnson's been cleared out of the protocol. Nia Smith, it sounds like he could play if they need him to, but the thing with him is, we do want to mention this before we move on. So Nia Smith is more of a slot receiver. They don't really need that right now. They need an outside receiver. But they only have 4 receivers, Mike, right now on their 53-man roster. So someone would have to come off the practice squad, or Nia Smith would have to be activated. Devontae Smith's been cleared out of concussion protocol. And So is Johnny Wilson, who had a concussion. So, Mike, no excuses. And by the way, the line has moved up, which you could also talk to if you want.
It was 9 the other day. What's it up to now?
9.5. And by the way, it opened Sunday night at 6. Now, someone told me this is comical. I know lines could come out. The lines makers, once the schedule gets announced, they put lines out for every game. It was actually 3 in May, someone told me. So now it's 9.5, depending on which book. Look, you know why it's moved? You know, it's gotten bigger because the whole country thinks the Browns are garbage. Eagles are coming off a bye, and now, by the way, they're healthy. So why shouldn't they crush them? I know every fan now thinks like, if the Eagles don't win big, then it's a failure. I don't look at it that way.
I agree with you. And I'll tell you, it's a microcosm of everything in sports. You're either the best or you suck. There is never any in between, right? There is no in between. There aren't just good players. There aren't just average players. It's either you're an awesome elite player or you're garbage. This Browns team struggling at quarterback. They went to the playoffs last year with Joe Flacco.
Yep.
But their defense was really good and they had so many injuries last year, and they have a lot of injuries again this week. But the quarterback has really held this team back.
Yeah, so Mike, we should mention. So Greg Cosell from NFL Films works for us, and for Jeff and I, and we did the subject because the Eagles they're coming back from the bye, and we had broken down their tape every week anyway, so we didn't really need to do a lot of that. So what we did on this week's Inside the Tape with Cosell, which you could watch, I would watch it. You could listen to the pod if you want, but you want to see the visual. We used all we did is use all 22. Myself, Jeff, and Greg. It was more Greg, of course, because he's the tape expert. Greg breaks down Deshaun Watson, and we show you why he's struggling. We show you a bunch of clips. So we showed a bunch of clips, Mike, and it's a half an hour film breakdown, a little bit of the Eagles, but a lot on the Browns, and it gets you ready for this game. That's Inside the Birds on any platform, as you've mentioned, or really YouTube. And you got to hear how Greg breaks down Watson. Greg, I could tell you, we're going to leave the off the field stuff, obviously, with Watson somewhere else. But Greg was really the first person I talked to. He loved Watson's tape in 2020. He said this is the next great quarterback. And by the way,
he wasn't wrong for a time there.
Mike, he was phenomenal in 2020. No, the team was absolute garbage. I'd have to look. Maybe there were like 2 or 3 wins that season. But you can't, because I vote in 2 polls. You can vote for a guy to be an MVP if the team has 2 wins at quarterback. That's not going to work. You get laughed at. But Mike, that's the last time he played good football. In 21, he didn't play. He was inactive every week. You know what's crazy? Watson was actually a backup defensive back in practice on the scout team in 21 for the Texans. Then, he got traded, had to miss over half the season in 22. He was terrible when he came back, injured and bad last year, and he's just really bad. He's one of the 3 or 4 worst quarterbacks in the National Football League right now.
Banged up on both sides of the ball, this Browns team. It seems to be a constant problem for them. But how will that kind of affect them on Sunday?
Yeah, so let's look at it, Mike. Nick Chubb's not going to play. He's coming back from multi-ligament injury, and this is why they don't run the ball well. Jerome Ford's a pretty good backup, but he's not explosive like Chubb. They do expect David Njoku, their tight end. He's dealing with a high ankle sprain and a knee injury. Last week they limited his snaps. I don't know how much he'll play, but his nickname's the Chief. He's a really good football player, outstanding blocker, and a very good athletic tight end. Boy, did him and Flacco hook up last year really, really well. Their offensive line's been decimated by injury. They're going to be without center Evan Posick. He's out with a knee injury. You're going to see Nick Harris is built like it's funny. He's built like a fire hydrant. This guy. He's a small, squatty guy, but he's a veteran, so he'll start there. They're starting right guard Wyatt Teller's out. He's on IR. Jedrick Wills has been out of the lineup. Their left tackle. Jack Conklin has not played yet. Their right tackle. Now Stefanski said today he'll be available. They don't know if he'll start. Defensively, Myles Garrett's playing with a bad foot. He's got Achilles tendonitis. That's why Jim Schwartz, you and I talked about this on Tuesday, is blitzing. Old Eagle Jordan Hicks, who played great for Minnesota and Brian Flores last season. He didn't play last week. Devin Bush, a former first-round pick for the Steelers, filled in. He's really not very good. He's a backup. Denzel Ward, they expect him to play. He's got a hamstring injury. They're down 3 safeties this week, Mike. So you asked me what's the problem? This is the problem.
Yeah, well, this is a banged-up team, too. They have scored 20 points or less than 20 points, I should say, in each of their first 5 games. If the Eagles' defense holds them under 20, Adam Caplan, it would be the first team in 10 years to fail to reach 20 points in each of their first 6 games of the season. That was the Jaguars that year. They finished 3-13. So that's what, this offense, how bad they've been, and that's what the Eagles defense has to live up to here. You can't give up 20 points to this team.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've talked to a lot of people around the NFL who either work with Vic Fangio. I actually talked to someone who was with the Bears today who loves Vic. He says Vic's a genius. But he agrees with what Brian Hoyer told us on our show last week for Patreon. Is that Hoyer was with Vic in 2016. He said it's real simple with Vic. He's not going to blitz. He must win with 4 or 5 man pressure. If he doesn't win with that, it becomes a problem. Well, Mike, you know what's happened so far. Coming out of the bye, I know Deshaun Watson's been terrible. It's been a human turnover and sack machine. But Deshaun Watson's arm strength, and if you watch this video that we broke down with Cosell, the arm strength is not the problem. It's everything else. Don't let Deshaun Watson beat you. Now, I'm so fascinated to see what Vic Fangio does here going forward, Mike.
He's averaging 4.8 yards an attempt this season. 4.8.
That's embarrassing. So, Mike, below 6 is thought the way it's explained to me is bad. If you're below 5, it means you're checking it down. You're not trusting your eyes.
By the way, Adam, that number is there's 386 quarterbacks to record 175 or more passes in the first 5 games in a season in NFL history. Watson 4.8 is the worst in NFL history.
Oy.
That's what you're up against. Your defense gets beat this week. You got a lot of splaining to do.
I know, and it's funny. I just did Cleveland radio, and they said it's Sirianni in trouble if they lose. Every interview I've done this week, I've done about 15. About half of them asking about Sirianni. I say the same thing. It's not like Jeffrey Lurie to fire a coach early. I don't buy it that it would happen. It would put the seat even hotter. That would be embarrassing. But, boy, that would be bad for Vic. If Vic Fangio and his defense is the reason for this loss, because I rated it, the public enemies. Let me ask you if you agree with this, because I look at social and see what people are saying. Sirianni is still clearly number 1. Hurts is number 2, and Fangio is number 3. Now, should Fangio be number 2, Mike, and Jalen be number 3?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the defense, I don't know. The hard part with Hurts is he has. I mean, it's hard for me to judge somebody based on not having.
Fair enough.
Now,
here's another one. Should Jordan Davis be 4?
Jordan Davis, I think we've gotten to the point that he is what he is, right? Or are we still holding out hope?
No, there are reasons why, Mike. It's not so much on the field. He's a good kid off the field, but it's his drive to excel.
Yeah, I was going to say, he almost seems like too nice of a guy.
He's a good kid, but, Mike, I could tell you the word around the league was, and Jeff knows this too, he and I have talked about it privately, the word around the league was how much he loves football. He's just a good, happy-go-lucky kid.
Yep.
But how much does he really love football? And you can't just look. He showed up too, like Carter did against New Orleans. But you got to show up every week. It's got to mean something to you. You would think playing at University of Georgia,
a
national champion, which he was, you would think like he would bring a stronger drive, but it hasn't happened.
By the way, Eagles off a bye have won 3 straight. That is Nick Sirianni turned into a little mini Andy Reid here. So you got that going in. So there's a lot of things favoring the Eagles here. And as you said, the line has moved into their favor here. I don't know what the read on that is for you, but this seems like a game that the odds makers are saying this is the easiest game of the week here Philadelphia has.
Yeah, biggest number I saw so far. So, look, when we talk Tuesday, we're expecting Eagles win. And obviously, if they don't, we'll give you the reasons why they lost. And even Jeff said it on a show that we did, I think that dropped Thursday, whatever it was, Wednesday or Thursday morning. He thinks that they need to have a convincing win for you to buy into this. That's fine. I mean, obviously, but by the way, the betting public is heavily on the Eagles. I can tell you as a fact. Doesn't mean they're right, though. Okay, sometimes the line tells you that the public is wrong, but man, everyone is hitting the Eagles this week. Is they're expecting Deshaun Watson to get taken to the woodshed again and play poorly, and Jim Schwartz coming back to Philly, man. This is going to be interesting.
All right, there he is, Adam Caplan, and you can check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms, their pregame show, and all of the postgame coverage at Inside the Birds on YouTube. Check him out all week long on Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. All right, Adam Caplan, good to catch up, buddy.
You too, man. Thanks.
All right, Adam Caplan here, and of course, Football at 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Okay, so we're going to keep it here. And I got a couple other stats for you guys out there that I find to be unbelievably interesting in this game. Like, you can't even believe some of the numbers that you're seeing about how bad this Browns team is. So I told you, the Browns have scored less than 20 points in all 5 games of the season this year. If they don't score 20 or more, they would be the first team in 10 years not to do that. So that's what the Eagles defense is up against, a lousy offense. The Browns are 0-3 against NFC East teams this year. They have played the Giants already. They played the Cowboys, and they played Washington. They lost to the Giants, okay? Excuse me. They lost to the Giants. I dropped something. They lost to the Giants. I mean, I know the Giants won last week, but that's just not a good football team. And they lost at home. I was going to say at home to the Giants. They lost.
First of all, they lost to the Giants, number 1. Number 2, they lost at home to the Giants. Number 3, they started the game looking like they were going to beat the Giants, and they let the Giants into the game and run away with it.
Yeah, they've converted 12 of 66 third down chances this year. That's an 18% clip. It's the worst conversion percentage by any team in 45 years.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, when it's third down and you're looking at the Eagles defense and they have the cushion on there and you're like, oh, my gosh, that should not happen this week. Deshaun Watson, as we said, 4.8 yards per attempt. It's the worst in NFL history among 386 quarterbacks who have thrown 175 passes in their first 5 games. So, in other words, the guy played 5 games and threw 175 passes. And he threw more than 4.8 yards per attempt. When Watson throws the ball, he simply doesn't go anywhere with it. He's not looking down the field. He is literally just saying, get the ball out of my hands. I don't want to get hit. I don't want to get sacked.
Yeah, you just mentioned about getting hit by Mike. Their offensive line is not good, which is surprising because Andrew Berry, who spent time in the Eagles front office, you would think that, prioritizing the trenches would have rubbed off on him. Well, they prioritize one trench, but not the other.
Their defensive front's very good. Now, the Eagles are coming off a bye, 3 straight games that they have won following a bye. They lost the home opener in week 2 against Atlanta. Do you see them losing 2 straight home games at Lincoln Financial Field? Are we going to start being to the point where the home field advantage is no longer an advantage? So that's something to keep in mind here. Jalen Hurts is 9-1 against AFC opponents. I don't know what that does for anybody, but he generally wins in this spot. 43 career rushing touchdowns. If he gets another touchdown here, he will be among the highest of all time. He is tied with Steve Young for the most rushing touchdowns, 3rd most, behind only Cam Newton and Josh Allen have more rushing touchdowns in NFL history than Jalen Hurts does.
I thought you were going to let me guess some of these, but okay.
Saquon Barkley has gone over 100 yards in his first 4 games. If he does it again, he would join only one Eagle who has done it since 1970.
Since 1970?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good grief.
You said you wanted to guess.
Yeah, of course, the one I wasn't expecting to be asked.
Did you think you were going to get the other 2, Cam Newton and Josh Allen?
I was hoping. Oh, I knew Cam Newton is the most rushing of all time. So
See Cam Newton on First Take today. That's his new job.
Yeah,
he's a First Take debater.
I got to be honest with you. I don't like it only because of the fact I have to get away from the original question. I don't like the Cam Newton thing because you're telling me RG3 could have done that.
Maybe he's not as good as a debater.
I think that they just didn't want RG3 and they wanted to replace somebody else.
I didn't love RG3 on television, to be honest with you. I thought Newton was pretty good.
I liked RG3 because I thought he was really good with the college. I thought he was really good at explaining a lot of those things.
Which is not really what you need for a take.
That's true. But he was good on broadcasting games.
better at broadcasting games than he was as a
studio analyst.
Yeah, as an analyst. So you get a guess. Here he is. Saquon Barkley, 100 scrimmage yards each first 4 games. With 100 scrimmage yards this week, he would join. This guy is the only Eagle with 5 straight games of 100 scrimmage yards to begin the season.
I mean, my one of 2 guesses would be LaShawn McCoy.
Good guess. Right area.
Right, like era?
Yes.
Wrong guy. Ryan West.
Devontae Smith back. Should have a big game. A.J. Brown this week 2, 3, and 4 with a hamstring injury. He is back as well. 9 games with 125 yards receiving since he has been a member of the Eagles. Can he get that number again? He had 125 in game 1. He will be back on Sunday. They'll have Smith and Brown back, and they will have Lane Johnson back. And you can listen to all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, YouTube. We got, I'm trying to remember what time of the day it is. Knicks Nuggets from the other side. Don't forget tonight, Flyers hockey. You can listen to the Flyers opener against the Vancouver Canucks. It starts right after Game 5 of the National League Division Series between the Padres and the Dodgers. You can listen to both games tonight on 97.3.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, home champion Chris Candy, and Michelle Snow. Can't wake up without it. By the Calorie Bar for the games at Ocean Casino in Atlantic City.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at the actor of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni. He's been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $370 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at the actor of Atlantic City, Wood Road, and ESPN. Online, theactorofAtlanticCity.com. You look for details.
Get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Green Project the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, we're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit CalviElectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Meet Cheryl. Hey, she's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card. It's got to be somewhere. Maybe she lost it at Selfie. These shirts should have pockets. Or maybe she lost it at Pilates. 3, 2. But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of the FDIC.
Broadleys is your trusted source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, and your go-to Mitsubishi Electric Elite Diamond Contractor in South Jersey. Say goodbye to fossil fuel burning systems and switch to a qualified all-electric, all-climate heat pump from Mitsubishi Electric with 0% financing for 84 months. Plus, if you make the switch before year-end, qualify for up to $2,000 back in federal tax credits. Call Broadleys today for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at Hims. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to Hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/Save thousands at MetLife Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for more details. That's MattBlackKiaNJ.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Black Kia. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles are home on Sunday hosting the Cleveland Browns. Philadelphia coming off a bye week and are 2-2 on the season. Jalen Hurts has 7 turnovers, second most in the NFL. Wide receiver Devontae Smith practiced fully on Thursday, trying to return from a concussion. Cleveland is 1-4. They're only scoring 15 points per game. Catch Eagles-Browns Sunday right here on ESPN 97.3. NHL, the Flyers opening up the regular season tonight. It'll begin in Vancouver, where they'll take on the Canucks. They will open up the season with 4 straight games on the road and include stops in Calgary, Edmonton, and Seattle. NBA, the Sixers playing a preseason game tonight in Des Moines, Iowa, a neutral site game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They'll head to Boston Saturday to continue their exhibition slate against the Celtics. Bundle auto and home, renters, or condo and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Wow. New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. So what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and Loop-de-Loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. This weekend starts with wonderful weather, but things will get a little iffy by the end of the weekend as we eye a big cool down for early next week. Clear skies tonight and cool temperatures. Low of 53, no frost this time around. Tomorrow, sunny and warm, breezy at times for your Saturday, high 75. 77 on Sunday, becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of a shower. Temperatures take a big tumble on Monday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Did you know that New Jersey is leading the nation in clean energy investments?
Really, New Jersey?
And all with one thing in mind. You.
Me?
Uh-huh. New Jersey's Clean Energy Program offers incentives and services that benefit New Jersey residents, businesses, education, government, and nonprofit entities to help them save energy, money, and the environment.
Save money while saving the planet. Who knew?
Now you do. Visit njcleanenergy.com to learn even more.
Maybe we should change our nickname to the Clean Energy State.
A message from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
427 on a happy hour Friday. What are you having this weekend? Let us know at 609-403-0973. I'll give you my picks for the week as well. Had a couple of newbies last weekend. Actually, it was an old newbie. I'll tell you what it was coming up a little bit later on in the show. 609-403-0973. Happy hour Friday. Let us know what you're having this weekend, where you're heading out for all the games. Eagles and the Browns on Sunday. Flyers tonight. Flyers tomorrow night. And you can listen to those games. 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the Sports Bash, it's brought to you by Jersey Cow. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cow in Brigantine and Northfield. Open every day from noon until 10. Well, Nick Earnshaw's back with another edition of Nick Nuggets here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And Nick is brought to you by the original Piccalilli, Route 206 in Chemung. I'll take my wings from there. Thank you very much. Visit them on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com for their pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup. Nobody beats the Piccalilli, Route 206 in Chemung. I want all drums from the Piccalilli.
All right, Piccalilli it is. Drums it will be. They will be at your doorstep either this weekend or early next week. You got it?
Well, you know, you're more than welcomed after one of your weekend locker room shows. If you want to stop by my house, we can sit on the back porch and just gnaw on some drums.
You're gonna force me to have one of them, aren't you?
Well, I mean, they're drums. Who doesn't want a drum?
Me. I'm the guy who doesn't want to drum. I'm all the flats. I can't do drums. I feel like I'm cheating on my flats in a sense. But all right, Piccalilli it is. That's where we'll get it from.
Piccalilli are outstanding. It might be a little out of your way. We'll see. I mean, it's actually you live a little bit more out that way.
Yeah, I'm out that way. I've gone there a few times for their wings. They have great wings over there. So that's a good spot. I think that's a solid spot to go get them from.
Hey, listen, you get them from the Piccalilli, I'm not going to argue. They're very good.
All right, sounds good. All right, Mike, let's get into the Nuggets today. Jeff Hoffman, I want to talk about him to start, and the Phillies bullpen a little bit heading into the offseason. So, you and I have talked about this before. Relievers are weird, right? Every single year, it's kind of wishy-washy. You don't really know what you're going to get from a guy in the bullpen. And Jeff Hoffman's been really good the past 2 seasons. Now, he's going to be a free agent this year, Mike, and he was your high-leverage guy. Wasn't great in the postseason. He struggled a little bit, but had a great regular season for the most part. He's been one of your most consistent relievers over the past couple of seasons. He's going to command a lot of money this year, Mike. And, the Phillies have a lot of decisions to make, especially in the back of the bullpen. Estevez, he is going to be a free agent as well. So do you bring him back? But Jeff Hoffman, he's the key guy, I think, that puts this thing together in the back end of the bullpen. Relievers are hard to predict. And he's going to command a hefty salary. It could be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 million even on the open market. I could see him potentially getting from a team. Could be the Phillies. Is that worth the investment, especially with how volatile relievers are this year? I don't know. Do you bring Jeff Hoffman back for that type of dough?
Well, I don't know that that's the type of dough. Josh, can you try to get a spot track number on Jeff Hoffman on what his number is estimated to be? But if it's $12 million, no, you're not bringing him back at that number. There's no way possible that is going to happen. I think the Hoffman question is a fair question, though. That you got this guy that you kind of found, right? He got released. You brought him here. He was pitching in a basically like a inter-squad game for Harper, just for Harper to face some live pitchers before he came back to the big league roster. And Hoffman is striking him out, and Harper saying, this guy's got nasty stuff, and they end up, catching on with the team. He turns into a big part of their team last year, and this year he makes the All-Star game. So he is one of your kind of, I don't want to say he's not a homegrown guy. He was a high first-round pick, but he's a talented guy. He was great this year. But then that outing, the multiple outings, he was bad in game 1. He wasn't good. I mean, so you have to wonder, is this guy made for the big moment? By the way, what's the number?
So according to Spot Track, his market value is 2 years, $12.5 million. He is ranked
$6 million a year.
Yeah. He is ranked as the 35th best relief pitcher on the market.
I think they got a tough decision here. I would probably bring him back, but I'm bringing him back as not my closer. But the problem becomes now, you're probably not bringing Carlos Estevez back. Who is going to pitch the big-time innings for you?
Yeah, really, and you didn't have Alvarado pitch.
Say that again?
I just want to ask both of you really quick, because the Spot Track also, to your point about closing, Mike, Nick, tell me what you think of this. They say that Hoffman is comparable to Ryan Stanek and Phil Maton. So if he's comparable to those guys, is that a guy you really want as the primary back end of your bullpen?
I don't know. That's a lot of money that you're going to have to give Hoffman, right? Like $6 million a year, $12 million over 2 years. That's essentially what he's offered. That's what I said.
You can't keep going on the cheap. You can't keep trying to go on the cheap. At some point, you have to make a decision. What do we want to be? Do we want to have a guy who gets paid a lot of money and nails these? Those guys don't really exist that much anymore. That's the problem. I know one name I saw that could be on the trade block is Halsley from the Cardinals. He led the league in saves this year. So maybe that's a guy you go out in the offseason and try to get. Remember, he was the guy who was pitching against the Phillies the day that Segura squibbed that one through. So I don't know. It's a volatile position. That's why people don't like to spend money on it. But guess what? You reap what you sow sometimes. Look, these teams, I was going to ask this question. Where's the Phillies' David Fry? Who has ever heard of David Fry? But you know what? No one's heard of any guys on that Tigers team and the Indians, the Guardians team. No one's heard of any of those guys. And they're not coming up small in the big moments. They're embracing them. Dave Fry last night hits a home run, and then he bunts his next time up and gets a suicide squeeze down. Where's that guy for my team? I can't find him. You know why? Because all these guys are big name, big money guys. Where's my grinder? Where's my guy that says, I'll do whatever it takes to win the game? And you know why those teams are successful? They have guys that are willing to be the grinder, but their bullpens are lights out. Those bullpens, Cleveland, Detroit, they're awesome. Those bullpens are awesome. And that's why those teams who really don't have any star players or anybody you've ever heard of, other than Ramirez from Cleveland, he's the only guy on any roster that anyone's heard of on those two teams. But their bullpens, who generally people don't know who those guys are anyway, those guys are lights out.
Yeah, they've been absolutely fantastic. It's shocking to see the Tigers and where they are right now. Like nobody expected that team to be in competition for an ALCS appearance against the New York Yankees. Like absolutely insane. The Phillies, they don't have that type of guy offensively. Like the Tigers, they don't have grinders. You're right. Like they have all these big name, big home run guys who are streaky, and they found a way to all go cold at the same time. And now they're stuck with some of these contracts over the next couple of years. These are guys who are entering their mid-30s as well.
Dave Gallagher said it yesterday, and others have said it too. The Phillies have dangerous hitters. They don't have good hitters. They got guys that can get hot and get streaky and carry you, that you don't want to put the ball anywhere near them because they'll hit it over the wall. But they're not good hitters. They don't have a plan. They don't have an approach. They only have one track mind. That's it. And it can be dangerous when that track is on, but when it's not, it's ugly. And you've seen that in 2022, 2023, 2024.
Yeah, that's the offense of the Phillies right now. But looking at the bullpen too, still, Mike, over the past couple of seasons, right, in the postseason, the past 2 years, 2022, 2023, cumulative ERA under 3 for the Phillies bullpen, right? This year, it was up over 11. Okay, so this is a team who in the postseason, in the past couple of years, this wasn't a problem. This wasn't a gigantic issue. Yeah, I know the Craig Kimbrell falling apart, but overarching thing, they weren't giving up runs. Everyone fell apart for the Phillies bullpen this year. Hoffman struggled. Schramm struggled. Estevez gives up the big homer. Everybody had a part into this, and the offense didn't help themselves either. So where once was a plus for the Phillies, that fell apart too. So I could see them remaking it. I don't know if they go out and spend a ton on guys like a Hoffman. Maybe they want to bring him back since he's been here, but I see Estevez leaving. I don't see them making gigantic changes to the bullpen, even though they might have to, because I see them probably focusing on the offense at this point.
Yep. Listen, I think their hands are tied with how to improve the offense, though. That's a problem. You have contracts tied to every single player on the team. There's no free agent that walks. Like the year they got rid of Segura, he was a free agent. They let him walk. They replaced him with Trey Turner. That was supposed to be a massive upgrade. It's been an upgrade, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to say that Turner's not as good as Segura.
But Segura, he was that kind of grinder, right? Like he was fascinating to watch. He was all over the place. Like I feel like they missed that a little bit.
Yeah, he was a guy that kind of did some things, hit the ball the other way. He fouled pitches off. You know, we brought this up earlier. Where's the guy that has the 12 pitch at bat, that he's a pain in the butt, that just keeps fouling and fouling and fouling? And, you know, the Mets had a ton of those guys the other day. You couldn't get a ball past him. They just kept fouling and fouling. So even if you don't get the out, you just went through 10, 12 pitches, that's a problem. Phillies don't have those guys on this team.
Yeah, it's going to be a long offseason before Clearwater. That's for sure.
I don't know, man. I think it's going to be a very exciting. Now, Tuesday.
You think?
I do. I think it's going to be an interesting offseason. I think there's going to be – now, listen, Tuesday, Dave Dombrowski talks at 11, followed by Rob Thompson. Here's the thing. There's been a lot of reports. The Braves have fired all of their staff. They kept the manager. The Orioles have fired their staff today. They kept the manager. Do the Phillies follow suit and shake up the staff? Do they all go? I think that's something to keep an eye on. But with Rob Thompson talking on Tuesday, there's two things that this says to me. Either one, that means he's back. He's talking Tuesday. Or two, Rob Thompson almost retired a couple of years ago. And then he got elevated to the manager. He ended up sticking around. Does Rob Thompson and Dave Dombrowski come together and say, you know what, I'm going to step aside, and I'm going to let someone else take this team over. I know it doesn't look good. We don't want to fire you, Rob, but will they talk him into potentially doing what he was going to do in 2022, which was walk away from the team?
I don't think he's going to walk away. I don't see that happening.
He was ready to retire in 2022.
I know he was. This is still a good team, though. It's not like they're falling off an entire cliff, and they could be right back in the position they were this year, right into the postseason, win the division. Very possible. They're good enough to do that. I don't think he retires.
I don't think anybody.
It's end of the year press conference. He'll be back. I think he'll be back.
I don't think anybody questions whether or not the team's a playoff team. Although I would say this. Arizona, they just missed out, and other teams are rising while you seem to be falling. Atlanta next year, they're going to be a significantly better team. So that's another team that was behind you that might now pass you again. The Mets were behind you. Do they continue to get better and pass you? Is Arizona going to sit there? They were one game. Actually, they weren't even one game out. They tied for the wild card spot. They lost on a tiebreaker. So is Arizona going to sit around and wait? And all these teams are all on the way. Pittsburgh's getting better. Cincinnati's getting better. A lot of these teams are getting better. You're just getting older.
Yeah, I liken the Phillies to the Sixers. I mean, the past 2 years, they blew a game 6 and a 7. Sixers did that against the Celtics 2 years ago. Phillies did it against the Diamondbacks. Last year, Sixers bounced in the first round by the Knicks. This year, Phillies bounced in the first round by the Mets. I liken them to the Sixers. I think they'll make the playoffs next year, but will they get very far? That's the question. Like, do they make a move significant enough, or a couple of moves that are significant enough to elevate them this year from where they were at? That's the question. That's what could make the offseason fascinating. It's still a long offseason because it was a failure. This year was a massive, massive failure. So I think the manager comes back still. I don't think they move on from Rob Thompson just yet. It seems like the players still respond to him, and they like him as the manager. So I think Thompson comes back. I think they make the moves. I think they make the moves to elevate themselves.
I'm not advocating for the manager to be fired. All I'm saying is something has to change.
Possibility.
Something has to change.
Yes.
This team has to change. You're not changing the first baseman, second baseman, shortstop, maybe your third baseman, but you still have to find a partner there. You're not changing your right fielder. You're not changing your catcher. Can you change your left fielder or find another guy? You need to find a center. So nothing's changing. Same rotation, same offense. Something has to change. You cannot justify bringing back the same lineup, the same rotation, and the same manager. You can't do it.
Yeah, that's why you got to make changes in the outfield. It's center field and left field. That's where you start. You start there. Brandon Marsh, Yohan Rojas, love them to death, but no, they're gone. They're gone. I mean, they're great vibes guys, awesome. They seem like but no, you got to make massive upgrades in the outfield right now. It goes back to my point yesterday with Bryce Harper moving to first base. The roster construction fell on Bryce because he moved to first base. You get rid of the right-handed bat and Rhys Hoskins. Left field's now wide open. That's an issue. Center field, that's been a problem. You're platooning two positions that you could have had covered up. Now you have to go out and get somebody to fill those spots and elevate those positions.
Well, I know it's not an easy task, and I don't think it's going to be I do think the offseason is going to be very intriguing. I think it's going to be get your popcorn ready because I think something big is going to have to happen. And look, if you're Dave Dombrowski, and you're looking around and saying, I can't get rid of any of these guys. What am I supposed to do? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think Thompson gets fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the way they get around it is if Thompson steps down. That's it.
All right. Tuesday, we'll find out. We'll find out with Rob Thompson and Dave Dombrowski. All right. Moving along, nugget number 2. Some happy news, I guess. The Flyers begin their season tonight, Mike. Little hockey starting in this. Are you more excited? Matvei Mishkov, he's coming to town. Now, Danny Briere, they're trying to temper expectations. Remember, he's only 19 years old. Briere said, quote, told reporters, I'm realistic. It's going to be a tough season for him. This is the best league in the world. It's a big step. It's not going to be easy. I'm excited to watch him play, but he's going to have to go through a lot before he's the player he expects to be. I think they're just trying to temper expectations. Everyone's excited to see Michkov. That's the intriguing part of the Flyers season heading in. I mean, that's what I think most people are going to be tuning in for tonight.
There's no question. I mean, the problem is they play tonight, tomorrow, Tuesday, and Thursday at 10 o'clock at night. So that doesn't do this team any favors. It's trying to get some notice now that the Phillies are done. Give us a little bit of notice. We got this kid, Michkov, and we think it's going to be exciting. Well, you got to stay up till 10 o'clock to see him. It's not their fault, but the West Coast trip to start the season does them no favors. But, yeah, I think people are actually buzzing a little bit. I don't want to say buzzing, but there is some intrigue. There is some excitement that, hey, we finally got a guy. It's similar to like when the Sixers got Embiid. He had to sit out for 2 years before you ever saw him. Michkov's similar. They drafted him. You thought he was going to have to sit out. He sat out 1 year, and now he decides to make the decision to come over early. And here he is now. The Sixers went through this with Ben Simmons. He broke his foot. He missed the whole year, the whole Fultz thing. You're hoping that finally one of these guys that you heard so much about comes over and does what he's supposed to do, make an impact. So, yes, I do think Michkov tonight will have some buzz around him, and Saturday night as well. It's a Saturday night, but it's a 10 o'clock game.
Yeah, it stinks. So these late starts are brutal. I'll be staying up to try and watch it for sure because I want to see this kid. That the Flyers, they finally have started. They had the good year last year. They fell apart in the end, but now you have the young player coming over that you drafted to help this team. Like this is what everyone's been waiting for. Them to finally get a star, and they finally seem to have one. He could be the guy that could propel them into the postseason, maybe this year, maybe possibly could get there. I mean, they nearly got there last year, but into the future, the Flyers, there could be more buzz about them in recent. There hasn't been a ton of buzz about them in the past couple of years. Now, things are starting to look up for the Flyers. Phillies, everyone's coming down off of it. It's something to just look forward to and enjoy at this point because that Phillies loss, it's been brutal. The Eagles season's been off to a rough start, rocky start. You got something to look forward to here with the Philadelphia Flyers. Finally.
It's the circle of sports life.
It is.
One season ends disappointingly, and then you go right to the next one, and there's always next year. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. From one player that's young, that has expectations, is making his debut, to another. Mike, I don't know if you saw this New York Times article, nugget number 3, regarding Jared McCain. I brought up a couple weeks ago, Joel Embiid talking about Jared McCain, and it seems like there has been a lot of buzz around him in training camp and that he continues to impress. So according to the New York Times, multiple team sources have indicated McCain has played extremely well in camp, especially on offense. He's played without fear, but most importantly, with patience. He's a highly skilled guard who has a chance to be impactful at all 3 levels and can play both spots in the backcourt. That is from the New York Times. Mike, Jared McCain, I mean, he may get extensive run with the 76ers. I know we were kind of tempering a little bit, but it seems like they're making it out to say, hey, he might have an impactful role for this team, especially in regular season play.
Don't see it. Not right away anyway. They got Eric Gordon ahead of him. I would imagine Gordon is certainly going to get the first run. You got Kyle Lowry. I don't know that he gets minutes over those two guys initially up front. Maybe he works his way into like a little 10-minute role, something to that effect. But, yeah, he shot the ball well during the preseason. But I think Eric Gordon gets those first off-the-bench minutes there. It's hard to get a lot of minutes at both guard spots because you got Maxey. He plays 38, 40 minutes a game. So there's really only backup minutes for about, 8 to 10 minutes behind Maxey. And then the other guard spot, you get maybe a couple more, but you got 2 guys that are veterans in that spot. So as much as I like to see, I hope that a young kid comes in and can play right away. You brought Eric Gordon in, you brought back Kyle Lowry. I don't know where the minutes are for him.
But here's the thing, with Lowry and with Eric Gordon, those guys are a little bit older in their careers. You want to keep those guys healthy. So that's why I could see him getting prevalent minutes throughout the season. You want to keep those guys healthy for the postseason because that's where you're going to need your veterans to really step up. That's where I think you could get his minutes.
I don't see where that makes a lot of impact here, though, because those guys' minutes are going to be less anyway. I mean, you can't not play them because you need them to play in the playoff. They're going to have to play in the regular season, and they're not playing 35 minutes a game, those guys off the bench. Their minutes are already cut into because they're not starting players. So they have to play some. I just don't see where there's enough minutes for all the guards. Like, this team has a lot of depth. This team, people probably not paying attention. They do play tonight, by the way.
They do.
The Sixers do. But I don't know that people realize how deep this team is. You got Maxey and Oubre. Those two guys play. Maxey's going to play like 35 minutes. Oubre, maybe 30. Then you got Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon. I think and then, by the way, you forget, they got Reggie Jackson here as well. So you got Jackson's another guy who you think you got to find minutes for him. So McCain's just in a crowded house right now.
He is in a crowded house, but there's a lot of positivity coming out from him. That's the thing that's making me, it's intriguing because, all right, he's a first-round pick. He's really young. They have a lot of guards, but all this stuff is coming out about him that they're really impressed with him. And Embiid seems impressed. They drafted him.
Yeah,
I could see
and they said in training
minutes.
camp that Jordan Davis looked better too.
I know, but I'm just saying, basketball is a little bit different than football. That's just.
Yeah, listen, I think he's going to make them have to think about, I think he was going to be a G League player, basically.
So did I.
And then maybe now he's not a G League player. He gets 8 minutes a game. Very little impact in the first year, I would imagine.
It could be fluff. But I don't know. A lot of positivity. Maybe we see a little more Jared McCain than we think heading into
Stay off
this year.
TikTok. You're watching too many of his videos.
I haven't seen it. He hasn't come up on my feed yet. Maybe now he will. But you're listening. So
I don't know anything about TikTok, but do you have to subscribe or follow him to get him?
No, you just go on the For You page. He could come right up. He's posted a couple on the Sixers account that I follow. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, I'm pulling for him. I like I said earlier, the Brewers had no problem bringing up Cheerio, the 20-year-old kid.
Yeah.
The Mets had no problem bringing up Acuna when they needed a shortstop. If your guys are as good as we keep hearing, they should be good enough to help you out.
Plug and play. We'll see with Jared McCain. All right, Mike.
Well, I'm all good with young players coming up and helping. I just think he's got too many established veterans in front of him. The difference with the Phillies thing is they need a difference. They need a different vibe in this lineup. So now, are you willing to trade Stott? Are you willing to trade Bohm? Are you willing to trade Marsh? I think you would be willing to trade two of those three guys to change the dynamics of the offense. That's it.
Yep, that's it. All right, nugget number 3. 3-pack of nuggets for you. I'll be getting your Piccalilli drum soon. Over the weekend, probably. Something.
All right, there you go. Nick's Nuggets today, and Nick's back on Monday here with another edition of the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. Find us using the hashtag SB Live. You can watch the show wherever you go, on your phone, your tablet, your smart TV. All right, this hour of the show, it's brought to you by Jersey Cal, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream at Jersey Cal, Northfield, Brigantine. They're open year-round. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal, open every day from 12 noon to 10 p.m. By the way, Nick's Nuggets are brought to you on Fridays by the original Piccalilli Inn. Visit them on Facebook or at Piccalilli.com to get their pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in Sunday's lineup. On Sundays during the football season, you got to get there. They got trays and trays and trays of wings ready to go. Nobody beats the Picks Wings, Route 206 in Shamong. All right, when we come back, Sal Paolantonio joins us for a Sal Pal Friday on the Birds.
Saturday morning in the locker with Billy Schwein, producer Nick Earnshaw, and former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Klemick join me in the studio. We will dissect what went wrong with the Phillies. Hour 2, we will hear from Mr. Negadelphia, PJ Corda, brought to you by Galloway Pool Service. Mr. Negadelphia will have plenty to get off his chest. Then we will get you ready for and preview the Eagles-Browns game, plus Flyers results in Vancouver. All that and more. It's the locker with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon, 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning is your trusted source for generations, and they are ready to keep you comfortable this fall. Schedule your heater tune-up today, and if you're ready to upgrade your HVAC system, act now. The NEIF financing program is back for qualifying ACE customers, offering 0% financing for 84 months with no money down, but only while funds last. So call Broadleaf's today, your local factory-authorized Bryant dealer. For a free quote, call 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net. Bryant, whatever it takes.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PHIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PHIL25.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Birds fans, it's about that time. Football season is back, and Boardwalk Honda is giving you the chance to score big. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long. Shop our lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have something for everyone, and credit problems are no problem with over 25 financial lenders to get you approved and on the road to victory. Visit us in Egg Harbor Township or online at BoardwalkHonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED.
and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to Hims. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through Hims.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through Hims.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him! It's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock out. 3 ESPN, Mike Gill till the top. Eagles and Browns this weekend. Listen to all the action on 97.3 ESPN. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick, coverage at noon, kickoff at 1 o'clock on your home for Eagles football, 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City. For a great car buying experience, check out my guy Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, EHT, your small but friendly dealer, online at Key Acura of AtlanticCity.com. It's a Sal Pal Friday. ESPN's Sal Paolantonio set to join us. The Eagles get ready for the Browns, and there's a lot of reasons why you should like Philadelphia. But sometimes things, Sal Pal, seem too good to be true, not like a early morning breakfast with Sal Pal and Johnny G from the Griner team. That's not too good to be true.
At Uncle Bill's Pancakes, nothing better than breakfast with Johnny G and the Griner team at Burger Realty here in Ocean City, New Jersey. Fabulous day, by the way, at the Jersey Shore, as you know. Just no clouds in the sky, gentle breeze, nice and warm, beautiful fall day. This is why God made the Jersey Shore. This is it right here.
Well, I'll tell you what. God sometimes ruffles Eagles fans' feathers by causing guys to get injured and potentially having players do things that maybe they weren't coached up to do, or maybe they weren't coached up enough. But now the injuries are behind them. This team seems healthy for the game on Sunday. The impact of Brown, Smith, and maybe most importantly, Lane Johnson coming back to this team for Sunday.
Like it's a get-right game. It's a get-well game. It couldn't come at a better time. It couldn't come against a better team. I was in Washington last week and saw the Cleveland Browns up close and personal against the Washington Commanders. And they're just dysfunctional. And Deshaun Watson can't hit water if he falls out of a boat. He is totally inaccurate and totally unprepared at this point to play quarterback at the NFL level. In the last week going into that game against the Commanders have given up 25 points a game. So their defense is nothing to write home about. Their secondary is weak and porous. And I thought, all right, well, they got Amari Cooper out. And Deshaun Watson has shown talent. And he's due for a game. And Amari Cooper is streaking down on a post pattern, ready to hit his head on a goalpost for a touchdown. In the first quarter, he's 8 yards behind the Commanders' secondary, and Deshaun Watson missed it by a country mile. I mean, he was inaccurate from the first quarter to the final pass. Couldn't hit Zach Ertz. Ertz was constantly open over the middle. Not Zach Ertz. David Njoku. He was constantly open and crossing routes over the middle. Couldn't hit him. Njoku was out of the game after only 29 snaps, and I realized he had a little bit of an ankle injury, but that frustration that set in for him. So the Browns are just a dysfunctional team, Michael. And this should be a get-right game for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, one thing Cleveland is decent, their defense. What did you see from their defense? Is this something that you would say, all right, that could give Philadelphia some problems? They do have some players on that side. And interestingly enough, Sal Powell, our old friend Jim Schwartz over there, what happened to him? He's blitzing third most blitz rate in the NFL. He didn't do that here.
Yeah, he's coming after the quarterback, and he has to, because they're not generating any pass rush on their own. Obviously they have Myles Garrett. He's a former Defensive Player of the Year at the NFL level. And number 6, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, he's a terrific linebacker. He's a playmaker. He's a ball hawk. So you have to account for those two guys. But after that, Mike, the defense hasn't been that good. They're just, I think, when your offense can't score, it gets so frustrating. It just permeates all the way through the whole football team. So that's why the Eagles are favored by 9.5. That's why the 9.5 point spread is the largest spread of Week 6. The Eagles are the biggest favorite of Week 6. But, and there's always a but, Mike, 9.5 is a lot of points. It's a lot of points in the current NFL. Going into Week 6, after 5 weeks of this NFL season, more games have been decided by 3 points, 6 points, 7 points, and 8 points. It's a one-score league. So it's a one-score league for a lot of different reasons, many of which have been a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I am very, very careful before I recommend anybody lay 9 or 10 points in an NFL game.
You mentioned how inaccurate Mr. Watson was. Not so elementary, my dear Watson, on a easy pass. He's averaging 4.8 yards per attempt. It's the worst out of any quarterback in NFL history through 5 games. I mean, the absolute worst. But the way the Eagles play defense sometimes, is this the kind of get-right defense for a guy like Watson who doesn't really want to take a lot of shots down the field, apparently?
I didn't even know that number, Mike. That's amazing.
4.8 yards per attempt. It is the worst in NFL history.
Right. So what am I looking for from the Eagles in this game? I don't want necessarily the Eagles have to blow them out. I'm not looking for them to boat race the Cleveland Browns in order for us to say, well, all is right with the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, what's the first thing that we're looking for? We're looking for better tackling. It's something that was specifically talked about after the last loss by the head coach. Poor tackling. Now, obviously, you don't do a lot of tackling at the NovaCare facility for a lot of reasons. Injury, 1. 2, the new practice guidelines that permeate the NFL say that you can't. So there's rules against it. But when you're in the game, these are players who played football their whole lives. They got to be able to tackle, and they should tackle better. So I want to see them tackle, wrap up, and take the football away. The team does not have a forced fumble. No forced fumbles. The idea in the NFL on defense, in tackle football in general, I don't care what level you're playing at, high school, college, or pro, the idea on defense is to take the football away violently. Violently remove the football from the offense and take it away. And the Eagles have very few takeaways, only interceptions, no fumbles lost that they have created. So this is a game where they need to, are they punching the ball out? Like you see a lot of teams, they work on it. Are they punching the ball out? Are they hitting the players with a helmet to the football? Get the football out and recover the football. So tackling and forced fumbles is what I want to see first and foremost on the Eagles defense.
And they haven't been getting it from the guy they brought in, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They obviously they're going to go with, it looks like, Sal Pal, Cooper DeJean in the slot. You wonder if that helps out their defense at all. Is that big of an upgrade over Avonte Maddox? And, of course, the Devin White signing, a total flop. He was released earlier this week.
Yeah, let's talk about Avonte Maddox. You know, players were wide open against Avonte Maddox this year. That was painfully evident in the first and second quarter in Tampa. So they had to make a change there. The Cooper DeJean is more of a heat-seeking missile, more of a tackling machine. That's what he was in college. That's why he was brought in here. That's why the Eagles drafted him very high, went up and got him. I liked him in college. However, and there's always a but, however, it's a big jump. It is a big jump to playing slot in the National Football League. Now, the Browns should not be much of a challenge or a competition for Cooper DeJean. This is a game where perhaps he can figure things out and it will help him, but it's going to take a few games for Cooper DeJean. So let's not rush to judgment about him in the first game that he's starting in the slot. Good choice to put him in the starting lineup. He's got to play. They went up and got him. He had a great reputation coming out of school. He dropped into the second round. People didn't think he would. Good choice to put him in. He was injured earlier in the spring and the summer. Let's see what he can do. I like the idea a lot.
In your mind, Sal Paolantonio, is there anything they can do to generate pass rush outside of figuring out or doing something they don't want to do? Blitz more. Do they have a guy that they can unlock that they haven't gotten enough out of yet? I know the obvious answer would be Huff, but are we giving up on him?
The obvious answer would be Huff, Michael. There's no question about it. I haven't given up on him, but that's your obvious answer. So I haven't seen any of it. I don't watch a whole lot of film of their defensive front four. I've focused, mainly on the offense on the matchup show. We don't really do many defensive plays. But the stuff that I have seen, he's not winning one-on-one matchups. They haven't put him in a good position because on first and second down, he's been playing against the run. So they've got to, reduce that. But if they do, who are they putting in there? It's a conundrum. It really is. They have to blitz more. If you're not getting home with 4, get home with 5.
Yeah, and eventually
get home with 4 or 5. Play poor press man coverage to allow your pass rush to get there. Definitely don't have this cushion of 5, 6, 7 yards.
How big is this? You got Cleveland, the Giants, the Bengals, Jacksonville, Dallas before a matchup with right now first place Washington. How much will this stretch tell us about this team and maybe the future of this team?
Coming off the bye, huge. You can only play one game at a time. And I don't like to look too far into the future for a lot of reasons. A, knock on wood, a lot of players have been injured. A lot of big players have been injured in the NFL. So, having said that, when you look at it, the Eagles have one of the easiest stretches of any team coming up. These 4 games, especially if the Bengals lose this week, which they could to the Giants. So the Giants defense is playing very, very well. Giants defenses are generating a lot of pass rush under Shane Bowen. That's one of the things that we have in the matchup show tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. on ESPN2. People should watch it. Eagles fans who are interested in what the Washington Commanders are doing and what the New York Giants are doing, Washington Commanders on offense and the Giants on defense, watch the matchup show tomorrow because the Giants and the Commanders are coming up. And we also have a piece on the Dallas defense. So watch the matchup shows. We don't feature Philly tomorrow because of the opposition. It wasn't a great matchup for us to put in the show. But we've got stuff in there about the Cowboys, the Giants, and the Commanders. Greg Cosell and Darius Butler, my co-hosts, do a great job on those 3 teams setting us up for the next stretch for the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles, all of a sudden, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves because, you got to beat the Browns.
Yep.
You got to play well. But the Giants have been getting better, especially on defense.
Sal Paolantonio, let's get Sal Pal's keys to the game this week, presented by Johnny G and the Griner team at Berger Realty over there in Ocean City. He wants to know the keys to the game. The listeners want to know, what's the keys? You just saw this Browns team up close and personal. Then I want to get your thoughts on that Washington team as well. But what are the keys to beating the team you just watched in Washington?
Well, I think the number one thing is for the Philadelphia Eagles, it's fundamentals. So you had 2 weeks in the bye, Mike, and I'm going to repeat myself and say I want to see tackling and pass rush, and I want to see the defense taking the football away in this game. That has to happen. I want to see it. Number two, I want the ball coming out much more quickly out of Jalen Hurts' hands as you make it decisive and accurate throws with the football. Well, having Smith and Brown back and Lane Johnson back, that, of course, is going to be, huge for this football team. And number three, without a doubt, the operation of the team, which was sloppy, I thought, against Tampa. I think that's the number three thing. It shouldn't have to be that way. When the coach says after you lose that game, we got to go back to fundamentals. Let's see if they went back to fundamentals and they fixed some stuff.
All right, Sal, give me a couple thoughts on Washington. Is this team for real? For real's for real?
Well, they have a 4-1 record, and the teams they have beat have a combined record of 6-14. They've had the easiest schedule thus far. They are going a step up in class against the Baltimore Ravens. It's a weight class game, Mike. In a step up in class against the Baltimore Ravens at home. It's one thing to beat the Browns in your own stadium. It's another thing to go against those Baltimore bullies at M&T Bank Stadium. And October Lamar, as we like to call him, he plays great in the month of October. The numbers show it. Lamar Jackson, he plays really good. There's a reason why the Ravens are 6.5-point favorites in this football game, because a lot of people anticipate, and we saw it last year. The Ravens went against the Lions, crushed them. Dolphins came in. They scored 52 on the Dolphins. A couple of years ago, the Chargers were hot with Justin Herbert. Ravens embarrassed them. It's a pretty tough, tall task to go into Baltimore and beat the Baltimore Ravens. They got such balance on offense. Mike, I think Derrick Henry's the MVP candidate right now in the league, don't you?
He's had an unbelievable made an unbelievable impact to that offense. So, yes, I think you have to throw him in there because there's not a quarterback.
He leads the conversation, Mike. I think he leads the conversation for the MVP right now in the league.
Yeah, I was going to say, because there's not a quarterback that's really jumping off your page right now. No. I mean, oddly enough, the kid last night, Mason, who got hurt, he actually leads the league in rushing. Henry's number 2, but the impact he has had on that team has to put him, probably at the top of the list. Because right now, your quarterbacks, I mean, there's not a guy who really jumps off the page.
No, you could make the case for Patrick Mahomes the second, even though they're not scoring a whole lot of points. The Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, our guys, they've won 11 straight football games, and in none of those games have the Chiefs scored over 27 points.
Crazy. By the way, I got another stat for you, Sal, pal, before we let you get out of here today.
I need another stat from you, Mike Gill. I need one. Go.
Cleveland has yet to score over 20 points in a game this season. If they don't score 20 again, it'll be the first time in 10 years a team has not scored more than 20 points in any of their first 6 games. The Eagles,
I watched them up close and personal. That is a great stat, Mike Gill. Great stat. And I watched them up close and personal last week at Northwest Field there in Landover, Maryland. And I can tell you, operationally, they are a dysfunctional mess offensively. They don't block well. They don't execute well. The quarterback is extremely inaccurate with the football, just in rudimentary ways. I mean, Cooper's wide open. The Joker is wide open. The backs coming out of the backfield are wide open. He holds on to the ball. He's not making decisions quickly, not processing information. It was an eye-opening. And I thought going into that game that they could score points against the Commanders in that secondary, which is not that good. But boy, oh boy, I mean, yes, this is the reason why the Eagles are 9.5-point favorites in this football game.
All right. Do we like the number this week? Is this a cruise control win, or is this you talked about how close these games have all been?
I'm very reticent to say give 9.5. I listen, I don't think the Browns will score over 20. I think they'll score somewhere around 13 or 16 points. So, I'm going Eagles 28-16 over the Browns.
28-16. All right, we'll get right week for the offense. We'll see it all unfold, and you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, a Sal Pal Friday. Tell my guy Johnny G I said hello.
I will. Thanks. The great Mike Gill. Thank you for having me on the program every Friday. I really enjoy it, Mike.
All right, Sal, we'll talk to you next week as the Eagles get ready for the Giants. And, of course, you can hear that game here on 97.3 ESPN. That's Sal Paolantonio on a Sal Pal Friday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the X platform. Channel. You get a little alert when the show goes live, and we appreciate everybody who has done that so far. We got so much more to do, including picks, Bet365 play of the day, Eagles plays, game balls. Friday 5 is coming up, Big 3 as well. Holy mackerel. It feels like the show is ending soon, but we got so much more to squeeze in. It's 5:19 on your Friday drive home. More Sports Bash on the way on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. With GMF financially qualified buyers exclude reversing board and excludes price sale. Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Ben & Chevy where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, I would like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price. Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for old junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Meet Cheryl. Hey, she's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so was her Chase debit card. It's got to be somewhere. Maybe she lost it itself in it. She searched in her pockets. Or maybe she lost it at Pilates. But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/check. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Have you checked out the most loved Indian restaurant in South Jersey, the Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor
Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the number 2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. gas. Use promo code PHIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PHIL25.
He's one of those kids that only laughs at real anger. I don't know if you've ever met one of those peaches, but see, most 2- and 3-year-olds, they laugh at manufactured anger. You can go up to a kid that age and just go, rah, and they're like, and this kid's like, I want to see your blood pressure spike, man.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to Wells Fargo Center Saturday, January 18th. Get tickets now at tomsegura.com.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NHL's regular season opener for the Flyers tonight. They're in Vancouver to open up the year against the Canucks. Philadelphia will play 4 straight road games to kick off the season. They include stops in Calgary, Edmonton, and Seattle. NFL Week 6, Philadelphia home on Sunday, hosting Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. The Eagles are coming off a bye week. They're 2-2 on the season. Quarterback Jalen Hurts, second in the NFL in turnovers. He has 7 this year. Wide receiver Devontae Smith has been practicing this week, trying to return from a concussion. The Browns are 1-4 and only scoring 15 points per game. Catch Eagles-Browns Sunday right here on ESPN 97.3. NBA exhibition continuing for the Philadelphia 70. NBA preseason continuing for the Philadelphia 76ers. They're in Des Moines, Iowa, a neutral court game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then Saturday, they'll be in Boston to face the Celtics. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL collection drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. This weekend starts with wonderful weather, but things will get a little iffy by the end of the weekend as we eye a big cool down for early next week. Clear skies tonight and cool temperatures. Low of 53, no frost this time around. Tomorrow, sunny and warm, breezy at times for your Saturday, high 75. 77 on Sunday, becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of a shower. Temperatures take a big tumble on Monday. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
526 Sports Bash, thanks to Sal Paolantonio. By the way, this hour's of the show is brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City. For a great car buying experience, see Rocco and the Key Acura team. On Silt Road at EHC, your small but friendly dealer, Key Acura, AtlanticCity.com. Big three, I get to my Friday 5, my picks for the game, all that stuff coming up in just a little bit. We got so much going on tonight and this weekend. Game 5 of the NLDS, Padres and Dodgers. I know it's tough, the Phillies are done, but the baseball players are great. I was locked into the game last night. That Cleveland-Detroit game was probably one of my favorite games that I've watched. We had a suicide squeeze in the game. You had a ton of big hits from guys you'd never heard of before, and all I kept thinking is, the moment's not big. It's big for David Fry and McClintock and some of these other guys that no one's ever heard of before. And you got guys making $300 million, $100 million that can't get it done. Forget $300 million. You get $100 million players that can't get it done. You got guys that, I don't know how you can't watch Cleveland and Detroit. You even can't Cleveland, Kansas City has no business being at this level with the teams with their payrolls, and they're just laughing. Like if you're a Yankee fan, do you feel all that accomplished that you beat the Royals? Like, come on.
I mean, the Royals were a good team this year.
Seriously, though, I get they're a good, solid, fun team, but payroll wise and just what you have resource wise next to what they have resource wise, you don't feel accomplished if you're a fan. Like, I wouldn't be like a Yankee fan and be like, "Oh, we beat the Royals, man!" Like, and feel all that like accomplished by.
You're
it.
unimpressed.
Of course I'm on it, but you're supposed to. You're the Yankees. You just played the Royals. They won 56 games last year.
See, my takeaway from the Yankees game last night was I was like, hey, finally, what all the money they're paying Garrett Cole and Aaron Judge paid off. Because what was the whole point of bringing in Garrett Cole, right? For games like that. Finally, it paid off. Aaron Judge finally had a good game in the series offensively.
Yeah, the Royals, by the way, their payroll is $122 million. The Yankees is $309 million. Now you could say, look, the Phillies have a payroll of $247.
Right.
It's like them to lose to the Diamondbacks last year. You know, it's not quite the disparity there. That's actually for this year. But the Mets have the highest payroll in baseball. Realistically, they should beat the Phillies. I mean, their payroll is $317 million. But the Yankees, the resources that the Yankees have next to the Royals, it's not really.
It's night and day.
You're not playing on the same playing field. So the Yankees move on, but I don't know. Do Yankees fans feel all that accomplished by beating the Royals?
I think Yankee fans are just happy they won anything at this point.
Well, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you, because if you lose to the Royals, it's an epic deflating.
I mean, people were talking earlier this year, does Aaron Boone keep his job at certain points this year? Well, now he got to the ALCS again. He's got to keep his job, right?
Oh, I don't know, man. They haven't won a World Series since 2009. I mean, you get to a point where what's the goal there? Just making the playoffs and doing well. They hadn't done that either. So I don't know. I mean, Boone is not the most well-liked by the fan base there.
No, he's not. And I think that a lot of people have, it's funny, the Yankee fans I've heard, they have complained about the opposite of the Rob Thompson. The Philly fans, they call him Sleepy Rob Thompson. Yankee fans get mad that Aaron Boone won't chill out at times.
Yeah, he's over the top. I mean, listen, the personality of the manager in the dugout. I know people think if you kick dirt or something, that's going to change things. I got news for you. That was, if
you kick dirt, right?
Joe Girardi was supposed to be the fiery guy.
Right.
They brought Thompson in because he was the opposite. Well, they didn't bring him because he was the opposite. He was the bench coach. He elevated, and then it's worked out for them.
But still, he was the opposite, and that was part of the thinking.
I know there's a lot of talk about what's going to happen with the coaching staff and the manager. I don't see the manager being fired. I wouldn't be shocked, though, if he stepped down.
If he's just kind of like, you know what, this has been a great ride.
Well, he was going to retire. 2022 was supposed to be his last year as the
right.
bench
I remember
coach.
that. Correct.
And, they followed him around his last year there. And then, of course, Girardi got fired and he took over. And here he is. He got an extension, by the way. He has a contract through next season. And so does Kevin Long. Kevin Long has a contract through next season, too. So keep those two things in mind. So I wouldn't be shocked, though, if Thompson just said, you know what? I'm going to make this easy on everybody. And
it's been a good ride.
Well, he was going to retire in 2022.
Right.
He gets the manager job. And here we are a couple of years later. And it's just for what I'm saying. He looks around and says, our hands are tied, man. We can't change the roster all that much. The only thing we can change is me. Maybe. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Rob's going to be fired either, but you're getting into Sixer territory with Brett Brown. Like just think it's not Brett Brown's fault so much that the players are not getting the job done and they have to change something. So they got rid of Brown and they brought in Doc Rivers. I mean, so does Thompson step aside and they go try to get some accomplished manager, or do they go the opposite spectrum and try to get this young, fiery manager that's completely unheard of? And that's been the trend around baseball, is to go get someone with no experience whatsoever and throw them in the dugout.
Yeah, and then the Reds do the opposite and hire Terry Francona out of retirement.
Yeah, Terry Francona. I heard that Buck Showalter is interested in the White Sox job.
Of course he is.
So, listen, there's a couple ways you can go about it, but I don't know what to think, because he is scheduled to talk on Tuesday, Thompson. So if you're scheduled to talk, I kind of find it far-fetched that he would be fired, unless that announcement is
sayonara.
I'm going to step down. I don't have any inside information on that. I don't. No one's told me that. It's
but you're looking at the tea leaves and you're seeing, well, 1 + 1 = 2. And you're saying
I'm just
what
saying
it adds up to.
If there's a way to change the team without being able to change much of the roster, which I do find hard, I don't see how they're going to change much of this roster. Is that it?
I think it's certainly something to be considered. Couple of things I want to hit on with you, Michael. You know you want to get to your big five, your Friday five coming in here. Also added on to the big three, which equals 8 apparently. And now we're just doing math in this segment for no doggone reason.
Yeah, this is like the Steiner brothers, you know. You know that segment when he was the whole Steiner brother does math?
Yeah.
It's a well-known promo that he did. Apparently his son plays tight end for Jacksonville State.
Really?
Yes. And he scored a touchdown the other night, and the father did some sort of like hybrid of that promo.
Nice.
Yeah, with the whole math.
I know that because Goldberg was at the last pay-per-view, and they were trying to mess with Goldberg through his son. And they used this opportunity for Goldberg to fake like he was going to run into the ring. And it took 20 security guards to hold Goldberg back, They had a little fun with that this weekend. So I saw that.
And by the way, we never did the schedule yesterday because of the baseball and everything. This is the first time I'm actually looking at the schedule right now.
You're not excited?
No.
Well, while you look at the schedule, Mike, I did want to get your reaction to what Jalen Hurts said this week. We so much Phillies talk we haven't had a chance to talk about when Jalen Hurts spoke this week, and for the first time, he actually said something of substance, Mike.
He knew no one was listening.
Maybe is that why that he said, "Hey, I can talk now, and no one's going to pay attention because the Phillies are going to lose to the Mets." Jalen Hurts was asked because remember before going into the weekend, he said we have our moments, him and Sirianni. So he was asked coming out of the bye week about him and Sirianni, and this is the first part of what he said.
We're the two leaders of the team, and I'm happy and fortunate that we were able to come together in harmony and have the same goal in mind and trying to get this thing right. I got a ton of confidence in him, a ton of confidence in what he brings and everything he's been able to accomplish.
All right, so that's an interesting one. I had not heard this. They obviously sat down with him and said, you got to start making this go away. That's my take. You think
it's just that, or did you think him and Sirianni actually got on the same page on the bye week?
I don't think they hate each other. I really don't. I think Jalen is just a hard nut to crack, man. I do. I think Jalen is a tough guy to get a read on. I think he's a guy that is very guarded, very stoic, and doesn't like to be out there. And then you have Sirianni, who's the other side. He's a little bit more flamboyant. I don't know. Flamboyant's not the right word. He's more of an extrovert, and Jalen Hurts is an introvert. Yeah, I mean, you get situations where you get two people who have different personalities, and then it's perceived that they don't like each other. I'm generally a pretty quiet guy. I talk for 4 hours, but outside of here, I'm not the most talkative guy in the world. And sometimes that can be perceived, he doesn't want to talk to anybody. Well, I'm just kind of quiet, I don't look at Jalen and Nick as two guys that would probably hang out outside of the building.
Right.
But I don't think they hate each other. I think they just have different personalities.
What do you think of his choice of words, though, when he says we're in harmony? Do you think that's just him?
That's where I think they said, listen, you got to make it sound like you guys are lockstep. You're in harmony here. So go out there and present it to the people that there's no problem here. We're all in harmony. Everything's, kumbaya.
The next part of what he said was also interesting, Mike, because he didn't stop there. When he said we have our moments, he stopped, right? Well, he said more about him and Sirianni. I thought the second part was interesting as well. And it almost leads into the question of, should he have stopped talking, Mike, after the first part of what he said?
Just continue to press on that. Everybody goes through different moments. Everybody experiences adversity, but we've experienced different levels of adversity together, and we're excited for what's to come.
Yeah, that's like, you already made the sale, stop trying to sell me, and then you kind of went down that road. Now, Sirianni was asked today, was the first question. Jeff McClain said, Hurts mentioned about great moments you guys had during the bye week together and went into a little bit of detail. He says, from your vantage point, how productive were those interactions? And Sirianni said, Very. Just having conversations about the team, having conversations just about everything involves the team, long conversations. Just got a lot of work done. I always appreciate when guys work as hard as he did over the bye week. That's what my mind was on, and that's what his mind was on. We had a lot of good talks, obviously. I'll keep those all private. And as I said the other day, I just admire how guys work during the bye to keep things going. Again, that answer kind of says to me is, yeah, the franchise, the organization wanted us to get together. We got it together. We appreciate, the fact that he was open and willing to listen to them.
I just can't not laugh at Sirianni because Sirianni is the ultimate. I'm just going to keep talking until I run out of things to say.
He does throw a lot out at you. There's no question. He definitely word salads you a lot.
Yeah, that's what PG has said multiple times. He keeps saying Sirianni's Mr. Word Salad.
He is. I mean, he definitely keeps talking so that he almost does it, I think, so that you forget some of the things that he said.
I think that he's kind of like a politician. Isn't Sirianni? Like, he just keeps going and keeps spinning and keeps, creating. Like, what Sirianni could say could be said in 30 seconds, but he uses 3 minutes.
Yep, and that's sometimes you're just because you're uncomfortable up there.
You think it's a nervous thing for him, maybe a little bit?
It could be like sometimes when you're not comfortable,
like overcompensating.
Yeah, when you're not comfortable, you just kind of ramble, and then you're like, "All right, man, like I get it." You're just like, calm down.
I did think it was interesting when Jalen said that we've been through some tough times together. We've been through the downs together. It was almost like a minor acknowledgement of Jalen saying, "Hey, man, things have not all been sunshine and rainbows here, but we've done it. We've been through it together."
Yeah, well. When you go through, it's like everything, like the football season gets here, you're excited. And then halfway through the season, you're like, not that it's you love football. It's just like the monotony or of the routine sometimes, or like you get to a point where you're like, you're so excited for something. Now it's here. Now you're just kind of dredging. I said, we're talking about the Phillies with this today. The Phillies season, you were excited. You're all into it. And then it's a shame that sports have become this. Like fans have almost ruined sports because we only care about winning the championship, that you can't enjoy the regular season. So it's like in August, it's like you knew the Phillies were going to make the playoffs. So now you're just like, get me to the playoffs. I only care about the playoffs. I only care. And 4 games later, that's it. It's over. And then that becomes the disappointment because you couldn't enjoy. Now, the problem was the team wasn't very enjoyable over the last half of the season as well. But that's like, where sometimes, everything kind of isn't always peachy keen in any situation. You can have your best friend in the world and have some problems, be like, man, this guy's annoying me today. I just want to be by myself.
Mike, I also wanted to ask you about something very interesting that's going on this weekend. So for those who might not be aware, you might know that it's Texas versus Oklahoma this weekend, Mike. But did you know that we'll have a little history on the line tomorrow? So the starting quarterback for Oklahoma has been injured. And now you will have the first Oklahoma true freshman to start against Texas in the 120 games that have been played.
A little surprising.
The two schools.
A little surprising, but not as surprising that it's happening now, just because it seems that, look, with the NIL and the transfers, you got to get these guys playing sooner than later. Otherwise, they're going to transfer on you. You know what I'm saying?
True. So Michael Hawkins Jr. will be making history tomorrow, Mike. Now, they are a 14-point dog in the game. Texas is very heavily favored. There's a lot of public money banging on the Longhorns in this game. So does the little history element add any interest for you?
Not really. No.
None at all.
Nope.
Don't care. Wow.
Don't care at all that because I'm not surprised. Like it's to me, I'm more surprised that a freshman quarterback has never started in this series. If you told me they were still running the wishbone and this was happening, maybe I would be like, they've all kept to the traditions of this, traditions of the rivalry. They're not even in the Big 12 anymore. They're in a conference they don't belong in, and they don't run the wishbones anymore. Neither one of them. So, no, this doesn't surprise me either. They've all evolved.
They have evolved. But for those who are wondering, so Jackson Arnold was the quarterback of Oklahoma. He was initially pulled in the Tennessee game, later found out that it was actually due to an injury. So I'm interested to see what Hawkins does tomorrow, because he is a very highly regarded prospect. There are a lot of people who are saying that his intangibles remind him of guys like Andrew Luck. He's a combination of Andrew Luck and Kyler Murray. So
I had not heard that about him. The one guy that I find interesting is going to be the dynamic. Who's starting for Texas?
It's going to be yours.
I was going to say, because everybody, Manning was going to keep that job. Did he do enough to keep the job? Ewers, when he comes back, you couldn't push him to the side. It's a really weird situation.
It is a weird situation, but it makes sense, though, because Manning didn't come in because Ewers played bad. He came in for an injury.
Right, but then did he play well enough when he played is the question.
Well, he lit it up against mediocre competition. How many times, Mike, have you talked about how there's
well,
difference
let's
between
be
a
honest.
guy...
Everybody in college football is mediocre competition. College football is not what it used to be.
True. I mean, I think there's a huge difference between University of Texas El Paso and Oklahoma.
No, there is. There is a big difference there. You're telling me, though, you don't think Arch Manning could go in against Oklahoma and succeed?
This version of Oklahoma, maybe. Oklahoma does have a good defense, so they have played well at times this year. They really made Tennessee look bad offensively at times.
Yeah, so I don't know. College football. I'm a big college football fan. It just, I don't know. Have the playoffs helped or hurt it?
I think the playoffs have helped because of the fact that now,
like
more
Alabama
fan bases are
losing
invested.
last week, that would put them out, basically.
That would have put them out in the past, right?
And now it doesn't.
Now it doesn't, but I think it allows people to be more invested in the drama longer, because now it's, how does Alabama respond? What if Alabama loses again this season? You know what I mean? I think it changes the dynamics.
So the regular season doesn't feel lessened.
Not for me, only because of the fact that I think that some of the teams that would have made it in the past to the playoffs,
I'll tell you what game's going to be affected by this is Michigan, Ohio State.
You mean just because of where it's scheduled?
Because it's the last game of the year.
Yeah.
They're both probably going to be in the playoffs by that time, or most years.
Most years, yeah.
And that game will not mean like the winner goes to the national championship or the playoffs and the loser's out like last year.
True, but the winner could determine who goes to the conference championship, and the conference champion, remember, gets a priority in the playoff bracket.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
You're still playing for something.
Well, I'll tell you, all these Big Ten games that are UCLA against Rutgers and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're out on that.
Well, I mean, it does give some bigger games, but the bigger games,
like Ohio State, Oregon, is a conference game this week.
Exactly. Yeah. It just feels weird. I don't know.
It does feel weird. I'll give you that. So I'm assuming Oklahoma and Texas are not in your Friday 5 then.
Let me see who is in the Friday. Washington, Baltimore.
I love that game. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of points.
Well, as Southall said, Washington's played the worst schedule in the league so far. It's a big step up for them.
Well, Baltimore's defense isn't great, so.
Dallas, Detroit.
That's going to be fascinating, because how does Dallas bounce back after a surprising win on the road last week?
By the way, my Friday 5 is brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township.
Are you trying to tell me these are luxurious picks?
Well, they're my luxurious picks.
This is your luxury.
These are my Friday 5 favorite games of the weekend, except for the Eagles game not being included. Buffalo and the Jets on Monday night.
A lot of intrigue about that. What is now Olbrich instead of Sala? Nathaniel Hackett demoted. Todd Downing now.
That whole Hackett getting demoted thing, does that clear the picture of whether or not people think Rodgers fired? Because the original report was that they wanted to demote Hackett, and that the owner said no, and you're fired. And now the new guy comes in and demotes Hackett. So I don't know.
I think it's just an example of the functional franchise.
Number 4, Chargers, Denver. Well, I got Chargers as a wild card team in my who's hot, who's cold on Tuesday. Denver, 3-2. Well, back to back. I mean, am I supposed to take this team serious now?
The Chargers hit the under in all 5 games this
Tampa, New Orleans.
That's Rattler started.
Yes, and I'm not a big fan of Rattler.
So why are you watching the game?
I'm just interested to see which one of those teams, like if Tampa
You want
wins.
to see Spencer Rattler get black.
Well, if Tampa wins, New Orleans now loses 3 straight. They start to fade a little bit after the 2 games of life that they had. If Tampa wins that game, you take a look at the standings, you look at the NFC, that's a big game for Eagles fans to kind of keep an eye on. Because you beat New Orleans, you have a tiebreaker over them, but you lost to Tampa. Tampa would win, they go to 4-2. If New Orleans wins, they're both 3-3, and you have the tiebreaker over the Saints. So you're trying to root for the Saints in that game if you're an Eagles fan. The other game I have some interest in, that would be
hard for you because that means Spencer Rattler has to beat.
I don't care. I just thought the whole show he was on, he wasn't as good as he should have been. He transferred from Oklahoma to South Carolina. He kind of faded away. The other game I think this would be number 6 is Arizona Green Bay.
Very interesting.
Arizona wins that game. They're now 3-3, and Green Bay would be 3.
Arizona's offense borderline.
Wow, unstoppable.
That's a borderline.
So that's my Friday 5 for the week. We'll come back with Bet365 play of the day. Josh has my updated standings. I think I hit both picks last night.
You did.
There's 2 more wins for you. Bet365 plays of the day. They keep on giving you winners. We got another one coming up next.
Continue. ESPN Radio.
It's over his head. It's gone. Just squeeze it. The Dodgers have blown it open.
The Dodgers and the San Diego Padres for this specific to the National League Championship.
Dodgers, Game 5 tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
Break in falling prices at Parkview RV's Fall Open House this Saturday, October 12th from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV in Smyrna. Huge discounts on a huge inventory of new and used travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, and truck campers. It's a Parkview party with low financing, refreshments, and door prizes. Check out must-attend seminars on batteries and winterization. Attendees qualify for service department coupons. Don't miss the Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 at Parkview RV with part specials up to 20% off select items and 10% off labor service specials. Don't miss the Parkview RV Fall Open House this Saturday from 9 to 4 with the lowest prices of the season. It's all happening at Parkview RV, Route 13 in Smyrna, across from Delaware's only rest area. Parkview RV, home of the great deal.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
The holidays are here, and the Home Depot has everything you need to stay connected with smart home upgrades. Whether you're keeping an eye out for the big guy or keeping an eye on your family, the Home Depot has you covered with great tech, like the Ring Indoor Camera 2-pack with advanced motion detection, 2-way talk, and color night vision. Plus, get your smart home devices the smart way with free delivery. Get holiday ready with seasonal savings happening now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead. With male breast reduction, many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your time with Dr. Lyle M. Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER. Or visit ilovelylback.com.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Lenny Kravitz presents the Blue Electric Light Tour 2024. Live in Atlantic City, Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort, Friday, November 1st and Saturday, November 2nd. Get tickets now at theoceanac.com. Lenny Kravitz, the brand new album, Blue Electric Light, is available everywhere now. For more, visit LennyKravitz.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Let's get it. Another one. Another one. Another one.
We'll do our best, man. Put the pressure on the updated standings for the Bet365 play of the day.
34-19 so far. You hit Smith over on the completions, and Zach Charbonnet got over on the receiving.
By the way, bet last night, Devo, first touchdown scorer, and Kenneth Walker, anytime touchdown.
Nice.
Should have given that out on the air, but that's going a little risky going first touchdown scorer.
That's nice.
Bet365 play of the day. Going Kyler Murray with a touchdown. Love with 2 touchdowns. I like that game. Lamar Jackson over 40 rushing yards. And Kirk Cousins over 225. That's Bet365 plays of the day for Sunday's games. Eagles 27. Browns 18. 27-18. Philadelphia. And game balls are going to Saquon Barkley on offense. Jalen Carter going for the defense. I think Jalen Carter has a disruptive game coming off the bye week and all that jazz. I wouldn't be crazy excited or surprised if Quinion Mitchell gets his first interception of the season this week as well. Anything else? Kevin Durso previews the Flyers opener tonight at 6:20. On game night. Follow Kevin Durso, Kevin_Durso, our Flyers insider. He's excellent. For all the Flyers coverage, Mika makes his debut tonight. You can hear the game on 97.3 ESPN right after NLDS game number 5. I think I'm going with the Dodgers tonight. Yamamoto gets the start. I'll go Dodgers over the Padres. I don't really care who wins. I don't like either one of them. Have a great night, everybody. Go Birds!
It's Philadelphia Flyers on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders